I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Breaking news of an active shooter situation at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan, one of the largest Reform synagogues in the country. Smoke can be seen coming from the Temple Israel building, which Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard says has been fully evacuated and all students are safe.
At least one individual came to the temple. Security saw him, engaged him in gunfire. The scene, we're not getting any active stimulus at the moment.
More from CBS's Scott McFarland.
The sheriff, who's been there for decades, said that there's somebody suspected of opening fire at a Jewish facility. That person has not been caught, so they've had to boost their presence at other facilities, religious facilities throughout Oakland County, Michigan. So there is somebody being sought who potentially is targeting religious facilities.
Old Dominion University says a gunman is dead and 2 people are hurt after a shooting at the school this morning. ODU says a gunman opened fire in its business school building, injuring 2 people who were sent to the hospital. It was not immediately clear how the shooter died. The university in Norfolk, Virginia, canceled classes and suspended all operations on its main campus for the rest of today. Iran state media relays the first public statement attributed to the new supreme leader.
Iran will not refrain from avenging the blood of its martyrs.
According to the statement, Iran's stranglehold will continue on the Strait of Hormuz, as well as attacks on U.S. Persian Gulf allies. More from CBS's Charlie D'Agata in Tel Aviv.
There were attacks here in Israel, and then we woke up to air raid sirens again. This happened within a probably 4 or 5 hour period. Went after Bahrain, went after Oman, went after tankers off the coast of Iraq. So it doesn't necessarily have to go after the Strait of Hormuz. It's going after oil infrastructure, oil facilities, oil ports, oil transport.
President Trump is posting about higher oil prices amid the war against Iran.
Posting on social media, the president wrote, quote, "The United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far, so when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money." He also wrote, quote, "But of far greater interest and importance to me as president is stopping an evil empire, Iran, from having nuclear weapons and destroying the Middle East and indeed the world," unquote. Oil prices have surged since the war began, with the president referring to that surge as, quote, "a short-term excursion." Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Stocks are down on Wall Street. The Dow is down 585 points. Oil is up almost 9%. This is CBS News.
I want to know what's going on in the world.
I'm Tony.
There are big questions that all of us are asking. I want to get you the answers.
How are you?
I'm Tony DeCopel. Join me on the CBS Evening News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A bill to ban the practice of female genital mutilation is moving through the legislature's Judiciary Committee. Simonesh Kamalo, a survivor of female genital mutilation, appeared before lawmakers in support of the bill for the 3rd year in a row last week. She says it's, quote, heartbreaking to know that there is still no clear law in place here in our state addressing this. Lawmakers have indicated bipartisan support, but the bill has yet to appear in either chamber of the legislature. Last year, a bill criminalizing the practice was voted through the Senate, but never voted on in the House. And in light of the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision establishing that presidents do not have the authority to use emergency powers to impose tariffs, Governor Ned Lamont, as well as the governors of 18 other states, sent a letter Wednesday to congressional leaders urging Congress to enact meaningful statutory restraints on presidential tariff power that allow for appropriate congressional review. The letter said, in part, quote, "The Supreme Court has spoken, and now it is Congress's turn to act. We urge you to seize this moment, work across party lines, and restore to the American people meaningful control over trade policy that affects their daily lives." I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork exits 2 and 3 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound construction exits 38 through 41. Stay to the right to get through. On the 825 connector northbound, some roadwork exits 2 through 5. Left lane is blocked. On Route 25 northbound construction going into Daniels Farm Road. Stay left to get through. Route 8 north and southbound construction between exit 13 and exit 17 taking out the left lane. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Kraus with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight, below near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we will get into the meat of the program here in just a bit. We'll do that after our first break here, but let's bring you up to speed here on some stuff you may have heard, our live breaking news coverage heading into the top of the hour news there with Chris and CBS on WICC. There is now a law enforcement source telling some news outlets, again, this is unconfirmed, but there is a law enforcement source telling some news outlets that a suspect in connection with what has now been confirmed as an attack on a synagogue and school Michigan complex is, in fact, dead. So once again, that has not been confirmed just yet. This is coming apparently from a member of Congress who is telling this, according to what I'm just reading on the fly here on the bottom third, as they say on the screen on CNN. A law enforcement source saying the suspect in the Michigan synagogue attack is dead. Now, several minutes ago, I guess it was about an hour or so ago, a single alleged perpetrator, assumed armed, obviously approached the Temple Israel complex, which is a school and synagogue complex facility in West Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. I guess one of the biggest synagogue and school facilities of its kind anywhere in the world or in the nation. So we were being told for the better part of the last half hour that on-site security had approached this alleged gunman, and they had encountered each other. Maybe there was some shots fired and exchanged. So right now a law enforcement source is saying, telling various news outlets that a suspect in connection with the Michigan synagogue attack is dead. Now, they don't know whether or not there is another suspect out there, perhaps, perchance. They don't know what any affiliation this person may have or these people may have, if, in fact, there is another supposed suspect out there. So suffice it to say, we'll be on this story all afternoon right here, top and bottom of the hour on WICC. So apparently a fortunate, you would say, I would think, outcome right now, at least some of the reports that we're getting from law enforcement. They say a suspect in connection with an attack that was attempting to be perpetrated earlier today within the last hour or so at a very, very large synagogue and school facility in West Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. That suspect, at least one, now there are other suspects nobody knows. There's a massive law enforcement presence there. That one suspect is reportedly dead. No confirmation on that yet, and no confirmation as to whether or not there might be other suspects involved. So again, we will have breaking news coverage for you, top and bottom of the hour from CBS News as we continue. We've got a lot to get into here. We'll be rounding up, hopefully, an expert or two on how this area around this West Bloomfield Hills, Michigan synagogue and school was protected. Early officials saying it was a very well-protected facility that had specific plans, and you saw them in action today. So the good news, if there's any out of this, is that at least apparently at this time, sources are being told no deaths and no injuries here. But again, the question is, are there any other people connected with this? And sadly, will this be the beginning of a string of so-called or attacks here or anticipated threats? We'll come back with more as we continue right here at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut, and it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Outpatient therapy services now available in Fairfield and Guilford. Gaylord.org.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff from Melissa in the Morning, and when I talk to local nonprofits, their biggest challenge is getting donations that have the greatest impact on the people or animals who rely on them. Can I recommend to any nonprofit listening right now to check out shoppinganyway.com and sign up for a free, no-obligation trial of this communications tool. You can list the items your nonprofit actually needs, then supporters can open the app, see your wish list, and purchase those items directly for you. Check out shoppinganyway.com to get connected today.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that our food pantry served over 1.5 million meals and 1.8 million pounds of food in 2025?
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to BridgeportRescueMission.org. Let your donation restore hope. BridgeportRescueMission.org.
Saturday, March 14th at 7:30, come down to UB's Mertens Theater for the Greater Bridgeport Symphony. See Eduardo Leandro conduct Copland's Appalachian Spring, Ravel, and a never-before-heard concerto for saxophone, soloed by its composer, Travis LaPlante. Tickets are $21 to $72, available at gbs.org. Kids under 19 are free, and accompanying adults get 15% off their tickets. For this offer and other information, call 203-576-0263. GBS, the best music in town.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound roadwork exits 2 and 3 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound construction exits 38 through 41. Stay to the right to get through. On the 825 connector northbound, some roadwork exits 2 through 5. Left lane is blocked on Route 25 northbound construction going into Daniels Farm Road. Stay left to get through. Route 8 north and southbound construction between exit 13 and exit 17, taking out the left lane. Traffic report is powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Mitch Kraus with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Fairfield's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
You know, sometimes society has a tough time dealing with change, and we don't like to see the things that in particular become mile markers in our lives, right? Whether it's a TV show, a stage play, a tourist attraction, a great song. I heard a great rock and roll star once say that, hey, it's important for me to still go out and quote unquote play the hits because the hits are mile markers in people's lives. And not only is it artsy stuff like music and TV and sculptures and everything and great paintings, but it's the places we go. It's the places we congregate. It's the places that we have good memories of. And for a lot of us, my age, maybe even a little older and younger, whatever, the idea of the shopping mall became a big thing when? In the late 60s, early 70s? First, it was outdoor malls. Remember, at one time, I believe, and there's still pictures floating around out there, the Connecticut Post Mall in Milford was, at first, it was kind of this outdoor mall of individual groups of stores, and then it was enclosed, and now the enclosed mall is not really doing all that well. And now you see more and more mall properties. Now, some are still doing okay, I guess. But others are not. And the Trumbull Mall, and we've heard about this for the last several years. Sadly, some of the news is not good when you hear about alleged criminal activity and criminal activity there that's been proven. Don't get mad at me for saying that. I'm just telling you what's in the news. We see and hear about that. And there's news now that the Trumbull Mall, according to this story, written a couple of days ago by Tanya Babar in Hearst, the Trumbull Mall is on the market. The owner has defaulted on a $152 million loan. Now, town officials in the town of Trumbull say they're hoping a buyer will see the property's potential for redevelopment. I'm hoping too. Here's the thing, and without trying to be judgmental about jobs at any mall, I'm not going to sit here and be judgmental about, whether or not, what a property owner should do with his or her property, especially when they're forking over millions of dollars. But let's face it, they're not dead yet, but malls are dying, and that's okay. Society changes. The way we work, the way we play, the way we seek pleasure in our lives, our leisure time, how we get from point A to point B, what we shop for, where we do that shopping, and how we shop. It's all woven into one here. Malls are dying. Now there are still some malls that do well, but you'd have to be kidding yourself if you think the traditional shopping mall, which in its heyday was great. And by and large, there are still malls that do a really good job out there. The Connecticut Post in Milford, nice and busy with the theater and the health clubs there and everything. But then again, there are malls whose business is down, and there are malls who have, let's face it, who have problems with crime, problems with perception of public safety. So what do you do now? If you were to buy and this is what we're going to start with today. Assuming you've got a couple of $100 million burning a hole in your pocket. I mean, you've got money that is burning such a hole, it's scalding your leg. And somebody says to you, hey, for $152 million, you can take over the note or the financing or whatever is left on the Trumbull Mall. When was I there? Like last year or the year before? I had to get something and I ended up finding it. I have to remember what it was, to be honest with you. Now, I went in the middle of the day and I parked as close to the door as I could. Hey, look, don't get mad at me. Now, yes, obviously, the majority of people, shopping there are fine on the merchants. But listen, these malls have their problems when it comes to security, when it comes to the perception of them. But even let's factor all that out. What should any new owner of the Trumbull Mall or any mall per se, what's the future? Should it be? Now, we keep talking about a housing shortage here, affordable housing. Where can seniors live? How are we going to, finagle all that? So the Trumbull Mall now was listed for sale. Went according through a process here, according to Hearst. Town officials say they're hoping a buyer will see the property's potential for redevelopment. I hope so, too. Now, what do you think should happen? And I'd love to hear from people who live in and about that area. Newmark, which is a global real estate company, is marketing the property, says here, as an investment opportunity. The Economic and Community Development Director in Trumbull says the property has been on the market for about 6 weeks, so it's been out there. Back in June, the Namdar Realty Group defaulted on a $152 million loan to buy the company used to buy the shopping center back in 2022. Says here the court-appointed receiver assigned Centennial Real Estate, the owner of the Connecticut Post Mall, to handle managing and leasing of the Trumbull Mall. So, okay, after the owner defaulted on the loan, it's being managed now by the Connecticut Post Mall. Centennial, no comment from them, according to Hearst. Namdar could not be reached. Officials say the town is excited about what a new investor could do for the property. I mean, to me, this is a no-brainer. If you're an investor, and this is nothing against the Trumbull Mall, this is nothing against any mall per se, any city or town. But come on, if you're an investor in the year 2026 and you're in a city or a state or a town like Connecticut and Trumbull and you have a situation where all we hear about, right, is a dearth of affordable living, a dearth of affordable apartments, a dearth of affordable condos, why would you put retail back in there? Why would you do that? Are malls dead? Is anybody building a new shopping mall? Would anybody do that? And again, the concept was wonderful when it was new and shiny and something different. Everybody's got a nice mall story. We all do. Some have lousy mall stories. I had a really nice jacket stolen at a mall. I won't go into that. This was about 30 years ago. I'm well over it. Well, sort of. If that person tripped and hit their head on a curb, I wouldn't be all that bent out of shape about it. But I digress. It was just how it was stolen from me. Anyway, but I digress. But yes, that happened in a mall. Thank you very much. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let's talk a little malls today to start off the show on a Thursday. What should the new owners, because there will eventually be new owners. I know it's in default. I know there's, there says here in Hearst that the Connecticut Post Mall people are essentially running the Trumbull Mall people, which is good. Maybe they can squeeze a few more years of business out of it. But what should any new owners do with the Trumbull Mall and its property? Are malls dying? Are malls already dead? And it's just what to do with the corpse here. And again, I know there are malls that still do well. But are malls... Here's the way I look at it. It's a hockey thing. You don't go where the puck is, like Wayne Gretzky said. You try and figure out where's the puck going to be in a few seconds and go there. So what should happen with the Trumbull Mall and that property and all those big parking lots and that big layout there? Look, how can you not make condos or apartments out of that whole thing? How do you not do that? Why would you even dream? Why would you even entertain the idea of putting retail back there? I know it's jobs, but come on. And for any mall, I don't know whatever happened to that plan in Milford where they were supposed to put apartments in the back of the Connecticut Post Mall. Remember where that Sears Auto store is? Is it still there? I don't know. What happened to that? Well, I remember what the original pushback was on that it would maybe hurt the center of Milford. All right, whatever. But are malls dead? Because they sure are at least dying. And now there have been some mall conversions. I think part of Danbury is now apartments or going to be apartments. But what should new owners do? Because I guess somebody will eventually buy it outright. What should any new owners do with the Trumbull Mall and its property? That's a great piece of property there. Great access right off the Parkway. Right, in the Trumbull, Fairfield, Bridgeport Metro. Let's go. Let's do some housing there. Let's do some condos. Let's make it a luxury development or an affordable development. Why don't we do that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC on a Thursday.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 2 and 3 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound roadwork, exit 38 going up to exit 41. Stay to the right to get through. 825 connector northbound construction, exits 2 through 5. Left lane is blocked. Route 25 northbound in Trumbull, construction into Daniels Farm Road, and that's in the right lane. Route 8 north and southbound construction on both sides between exit 13 and 17. Left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight, below near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
During my 20s, I lost and gained weight several times, and now I've been left with some facial and necklines that I just don't like. But instead of using makeup to cover it up or getting injections or even surgery to correct the problem, I learned about SoftWave at Derm Medical in Wilton. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and this is an ultrasound energy that triggers a healing response to boost collagen and help your skin become firmer, smoother, and more lifted over time. Go to dermmedical.org/softwave to book your appointment today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News brief. An active shooter reported at Temple, Israel in West Bloomfield, Michigan. Smoke is seen coming from the building. 2 people were wounded in a shooting at Virginia's Old Dominion University. Police say the gunman is dead. The student says,
"We heard screams, like faint screams at first, and then the screams got louder, and then I guess that's when everyone took it more serious, and we all just ran."
Iran's new leader spoke out today, vowing to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed and to continue attacks on several neighboring countries. CBS's Ramy Inocencio.
He's telling his own people that they should be united. He thanks the martyrs, and he says that there will be revenge.
CBS's Chris Van Cleve is keeping tabs on airport security lines as TSA agents deal with the effects of the partial government shutdown.
They should be getting paid right about now, but they don't know when that paycheck is going to come, and for some officers, that's just too much.
It's led some screeners to quit, others call in sick. CBS News Brief, I'm Steve Kathan.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The family of a Bridgeport man found dead with no clothes on say they're heartbroken. Jamal Allen's family filed a missing persons report for him on February 13th, but only found out their son had been found dead by calling the office of the chief medical examiner in Farmington. The family tells News 12 Connecticut that the medical examiner said he was found in a house on Madison Avenue on February 12th, and the body was brought to the office with only shorts and socks. Allen's father, Mike Parks, says they have already held a funeral service, but he wants answers to the case. Bridgeport police say they cannot comment until a cause of death is issued. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal said Wednesday, after a briefing on Iran, that the public deserves to know much more than the Trump administration has told them. In an appearance on CNN, Blumenthal said that there was the possibility of more American troops being deployed on the ground.
The president himself has talked about using special operation forces to disperse or secure the enriched uranium. He's talked about regime change. It can't be done at 30,000 feet. It requires a presence in the country.
A malfunctioning router and not a cyber attack is responsible for a 911 outage Wednesday in parts of southeastern Connecticut. Emergency calls in Ledyard, Stonington, Groton, and the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation were redirected to other departments during the outage. That is according to the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. All 911 service was restored by mid-afternoon. The state legislature is considering bills on homeschooling, vaccines, and gun control. Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora says public hearings on all 3 bills were heard on Wednesday, attracting hundreds of people to the legislature.
Today, we're starting out a very busy day in the Capitol, addressing 3 significant bills that impacts constitutional rights for residents in the state of Connecticut.
Lawmakers are calling it, quote, Wicked Wednesday. Both Republicans and Democrats say they cannot recall any time when 3 public committee hearings were held on issues of such magnitude on the same day. Republican Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding placed the blame on state Democrats, accusing them of shutting down public debate through another rushed process.
The Democrats in this building should be disgusted with themselves. The way they've treated the public is so beyond the pale that any Democrat, any legislator that works in this process that is conducive to what is going on, to shutting up the voices of thousands of people here today, should be voted out of office, period.
No votes were taken by the committees, but all 3 bills are facing deadlines of less than 3 weeks to pass in one of the shortest legislative sessions in recent years. With the weather getting warmer, experts are already warning Connecticut residents about ticks. Despite record snowfall and cold temperatures this past season, Dr. Phil Armstrong from the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station says that the winter was unlikely to have any substantive effect on the amount of ticks you may encounter.
A cold winter really isn't going to kill all the mosquitoes and ticks. So a lot of the ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures. They lie in a dormant state, and when, the weather warms up again, they'll be out in numbers again.
Residents are advised to take precautions when going on hikes or anytime they're in areas that contain woods or tall grass. Black bear sightings are on the rise in Connecticut. Connecticut State Director of the Humane World for Animals, Annie Hornish, is reminding residents to remove possible food sources from their yards to prevent bear attacks.
The more they continue to find that human source food, the more they start to look to our houses and our yards as places to find food. It sets up something that is called habituation. They get very comfortable around people, and then they get food conditioned. They start to associate people with a way to get food.
Officials from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection say as bears come out of hibernation, they are hungry and can act more aggressive. They say the safest option if you see a bear is to slowly move away and to not approach the animal. And there is extra service on the New Haven line of Metro-North trains for the Big East tournament in New York City. UConn fans can ride from New Haven to Grand Central Station in Manhattan, take a shuttle to Penn Station, and head upstairs to Madison Square Garden. The Huskies play Xavier tonight at 7 p.m. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 2 and 3 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound roadwork, exit 38 going up to exit 41. Stay to the right to get through. 825 connector northbound construction, exits 2 through 5. Left lane is blocked. Route 25 northbound in Trumbull, construction into Daniels Farm Road, and that's in the right lane. Route 8 north and southbound construction on both sides between exit 13 and 17. Left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Greenwich is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Can keep it right here. Next newscast, top of the hour from CBS. Apparently at least one person dead outside a major synagogue and school complex in Michigan, which had hardened security there, which is good. And they found a car filled with explosives. So again, we'll update you on that coming up from CBS News at the top. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talking about malls, I mean, who at one time or another, or maybe even today, who doesn't love a mall? Or hey, who's not into who could not be into a first date night at a food court, or going to Orange Julius or Cinnabon? How about that? Listen, times change. And Chris had this in his news, and I said, well, it's a Thursday. Let's start with this. What should the new owners of the Trumbull Mall do with that property? And are malls dying? It doesn't mean, I'm not trying to be negative about people that work there. It's a job, or the kind of outlets that are there. You want to put yourself in front of customers. I get it. But look what's happened to the Trumbull Mall with, the sales and resales over the past few years. Meriden almost empty. I think the Danbury Mall, part of that is housing right now. So to me, if I'm the company that's now, I guess, managing the mall, the same company that does Milford is now managing Trumbull for the time being because the previous owner defaulted. They went belly up on the loan. So now, hey, we want to, maybe Chris and I will pool our money together. Get 10, 15, 20 bucks. Go buy it. As the great Geddy Lee said from Rush with Bob and Doug. 10 bucks is 10 bucks. So what do you do with that land, if you're familiar with it? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, right off the Parkway, right near Trumbull, of course, in Trumbull, and also Fairfield and Bridgeport. To me, I'm going condos or apartments or both. I mean, we have all this talk about affordable housing in Connecticut. Well, let's start with building on the malls. Hell, I live at a mall. The older I get, no kitchen, just give me a food court card. Oh, man, I'd eat me some of those pretzel twists there with the cheese sauce. What could be more healthier? Jeff starts us off in Reading today. Jeff, hi, you're on WICC. How are you?
Good. How are you today?
I'm good, Jeff. What's on your mind? Jeff, what would you do if you bought the Trumbull Mall? How about that?
So I grew up going to the Trumbull Mall. I lived in Fairfield on the Bridgeport side off Park Avenue.
Okay.
And so I don't know if you're familiar with the mall on Route 67 in Oxford.
Route 6, there's a mall? No, I don't
There's a
remember
mall
one
there.
being.
It's not like multi-levels, and it's a mall and it's also housing.
Okay.
They did a beautiful job there. And the problem with taking the substantial acreage that the Trumbull Mall has and making it all affordable housing is Trumbull's going to suffer with the amount of people that are going to live there and the schools and the services and everything. And then also you got to remember the malls, the tax revenue.
Well, too.
People are paying personal property tax
Mm-hmm.
on their shoe racks, everything that a business has, the cash registers, the computers. That's all part of the declaration for running a business.
I
feel that would be a great spot to do a mixed use where it's partial residential and it's still partial retail.
And they're also talking, Jeff, I think this was mentioned in the story too, in other areas, you do 50-plus housing or 55 or 60 over because generally people that age do not have kids that have to be educated in the local school system, so you're not losing seats that way. But Jeff, listen, you and I sound about the same. Look, we both used to hang out in malls. That day is ending quickly. It's just times change. Times change. That's it.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I'm in my 60s. I get it. But being someone that knows the real estate market, I feel that the best use for that is that someone took a ride to Route 67 in Oxford and looked at what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it's outstanding.
Jeff, I would live at a food court, Jeff. Come on. Who wouldn't want to live at an old...
I know.
Jeff, get me some Orange Julius if you can find any, okay?
Right. I'll definitely, if I find it, I'll let you know.
All right. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Jeff there in Reading. Do you remember Orange Julius? It was like, I don't even know how to describe it. If you took a real thick milkshake like consistent drink and it tasted like Pixie Sticks or something like that, right? And it had that perfect sweet. Now, this thing must have had, a couple of gulps of this with sugar and you were set for a week. You down one of those big Orange Juliuses, man, your blood glucose, you could have painted a house with what's ever coming out of your arms. How about that? Ken and Bridgeport Hangout. We'll be right back. What do we do? What do you do? What would you do if you're a real estate magnate? And the $152 million would be peanuts. You would think, hey, I'll buy the Trumbull Mall for $152 million. What do you do? Condos? How about a theme park? Why don't we do? And now bring the kids as the grand opening of Trumbull Land happens. All right, what do we do with that mall? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
The silence of fresh powder. The power to get there. Discover the new Land Rover Defender at Land Rover Fairfield. Geared for epic days with top-tier equipment from CB Sportif in Westport. Master the season. Adventure calls.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
For the best FCAC high school basketball coverage, tune in Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for Nothing But Net. Every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Nothing But Net, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 2 and 3 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound roadwork, exit 38 going up to exit 41, stay to the right to get through. 825 connector northbound construction, exits 2 through 5, left lane is blocked. Route 25 northbound in Trumbull, construction into Daniels Farm Road, and that's in the right lane. Route 8 north and southbound construction on both sides between exit 13 and 17, left lane is blocked. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Just a man who has a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, and coming up just out of the news at 3, one of our go-to people whenever we have big criminal justice stories or crime stories. This one, thankfully, ending with just a perpetrator dead. Ken Gray's going to join us from the University of New Haven out of the news at 3. In case you're just joining us, we'll update you from CBS Top of the Hour. Temple Israel in West Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, a facility there, a school and a synagogue. Somebody rammed an explosives-laden car into the front area of the synagogue. Apparently, there was no explosion. There may be a fire going on there. One gunman who was shot and killed, thankfully, by security there at that combination synagogue/school, which again is one of the most, from what we've been hearing online here and on the air, one of the biggest types of its facilities anywhere. So they are scouring the area, though, in West Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, to see if there are any other possible perpetrators there. So we will talk with Ken Gray coming up after the news at the top of the hour, but thankfully the only person who seems to be have been put down is the alleged gunman. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. A lot more coming up on the show today. Jam-packed show for you today. Talking about, though, malls in general. And the Trumbull Mall, and I wanted to get to this today or yesterday. Chris has had it in his news. Good story here in the Connecticut Post in Hearst. Tanya Babar. Trumbull Mall is on the market. You can buy it. The owner, the previous owner, or I guess technically still the owner unless it's signed over, $152 million loan to buy the Trumbull Mall. Well, not anymore. It's on sale. After months of going through a court foreclosure process, town officials say they hope any new owner sees the potential for redevelopment there. Right now, the court-appointed receiver assigned Centennial Real Estate. Centennial currently owns the Connecticut Post Mall, which thankfully is doing pretty well. Trumbull officials, says here, have long envisioned the property as becoming like our previous caller said there, a mixed-use design district could include walking trails, senior housing, dining, amenities, a grocer, and more. Trumbull officials laid that out in a feasibility study last year. In 2025, First Selectman Vicky Tesoro said in an opening statement for the study, the town included input from property owners, residents, businesses, and other stakeholders. All right. Well, that's good. And I think this is what's all going to happen. Look, the malls are either dying or dead because we live, the lives are different now. And the theory of the shopping mall was really unique and forward thinking for the time. Let's get a piece of property here, and we can treat retailers and business people as the owner of an apartment building would treat tenants. You pay your rent, and we take care of the property for you. We provide security. It's our parking. Now, I would assume that different mall sites have different agreements. Is it rent only? Is it a lower rent but a percentage of the sales? I don't know. You tell me. Ken in Bridgeport. Ken, what's up? How are you, man?
Hey, Paul, how's it going? Yeah, I grew up in that area, so I'm very familiar.
Yeah.
And there's about 2 or 3 things I want to talk to you before you hang up, just to educate you on that area.
Yeah.
It's a good piece of property because it's off Madison Avenue and Main Street, so there's 2 ways to get into that property. The other thing is when you go in the mall, there's a lot of abandoned stores. There's a lot of big open slots. They could section them out to rent them out smaller. But I don't know. I don't think anybody could afford the mall because from what I heard from people that have stores there, it got lowered after COVID. But I don't know. Just when I was in there last time, there's like 50% vacant stores, 50%, active stores.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then the other thing is probably a good thing for the area, if not housing, probably like the university, like Sacred Heart.
Well,
because they bought the old GE. They got the hockey right there.
Yep.
Actually, Sacred Heart actually rents part of the parking lot upper towards the Madison Avenue entrance.
Okay.
So, I mean, it would be perfect for Sacred Heart to buy the whole property. They could probably definitely afford it. But also on the Main Street side, there used to be like 2 or 3 dead-end roads in Trumbull off that Main Street. They bought those 3 dead-end roads. They bought that whole property. They knocked down all the houses, and it was vacant and abandoned for like almost 20 years.
Wow.
And then they finally sold that property. So they have like a 5 or 6 high-rise apartment on that corner of the Main Street entrance to the mall. So there is, I believe, they're rentals.
Yeah. So Ken, I would think, all right, maybe you don't do all that mall land. Maybe it's a combination thing. But, yeah, I mean, the location, the people that know where it is, the different aspects you could have in there, to me, Ken, if you have a developer there who really has a good working relationship with, say, cities or towns or the state in the area, I mean, that's a prime piece of land there. I don't care what's on it right now. Land is land. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also in Trumbull, I think it's the Trumbull, Fairfield, Bridgeport line, right by the Merritt Parkway, the old exit 47.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know the exit numbers now.
Yeah.
There was an old abandoned house that was kind of like in the woods. They knocked that down. Now they have a rental building that's at least got to be 5 or 6 stories as well. So Trumbull's building high-rise rental facilities, they already have 2. So like I told you, they're right off the Merritt Parkway.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, because
so there's one up Park Avenue, one up right up Main Street. So I don't know. I mean, it's either housing or the university buys the property. They put up, campuses and more education facilities or whatever. I don't know. I mean, it's got possibilities for reasons,
and Ken, the university thing, and Ken, thank you, appreciate it. I mean, and full disclosure, I work for Sacred Heart doing their games at the arena. But yeah, I mean, look at all the other schools that have done that, right? You've got the University of New Haven. They have the Orange campus that you pass it right on the Parkway. Quinnipiac University has their North Haven campus. Ken mentioned the expansion years ago, taking over some of the buildings, and that's where the Martiri Family Arena is now, at the Sacred Heart on the West Campus there, the old GE facility. So, could I don't know, was somebody going to sweep in and buy that property and make it an academic center? Who knows? But listen, the mall as a shopping venue sadly is done. And it doesn't mean you're going to shut them down right now, but it's another example of why and how things change. Things just change. It is what it is, right? Things just change. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And there's always zoning for that stuff. I get it. There are zoning issues. There are people who are going to say, no, I don't want to live next to a high rise. And, the arguments will pop up, well, there's nobody in the mall. Now, I have heard the argument from some people, guests on this show, and other people I've read in and about, that mall conversions are not that easy because of, and if there are any civil engineers out there who would know this, they say, well, yeah, you just don't move into a mall and then suddenly you live there. There are different building codes for housing versus retail versus a mall. Somebody said to me who was writing about this a couple of years back, said, well, the idea of, first of all, the mall property is property. So if the zoning allows you to go with condos or apartments or mixed use or a health center or a hospital branch, that's one thing. But even if you do that, or even if you do residential, remember, you've got to. It's got to be completely rewired, right? The plumbing has to be up to code. The heat, the HVAC. So how much of the original structure are you retaining there if you do a swap? Real quick before news, Judy in Stratford. Judy, how are you? What's up?
Hi, really quick, too. It's sad, too. Some people don't like to go to the mall, and I was just there today and noticed that Kmart, where the Kmart was in Milford, it's been vacant, for 2 years, and there's, pyramids where they've taken the store down and left, the dirt in piles. And it's sad.
Oh, God.
And that was such a nice place to go shopping. You didn't have to deal with the crowds, and we used to have bread. I don't know.
You know what? You know what, Judy? Amazon. That's it. A lot of people just point and click. Thanks, Judy. I appreciate it. And listen. I'm not blaming Amazon. I'm not blaming Target online. It's just things change. Societies change. And if anything is good, if and when we move away from these malls, you could still shop online, but then again, you have your local retailers in your town centers.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound construction, exits 2 and 3 in the right lane. On the Wilbur Cross northbound roadwork, exit 38 going up to exit 41, stay to the right to get through. 825 connector northbound construction, exits 2 through 5, left lane is blocked. Route 25 northbound in Trumbull, construction into Daniels Farm Road, and that's in the right lane. Route 8 north and southbound construction on both sides between exit 13 and 17, left lane is blocked. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight, below near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful. My grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years, and as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Hey, coming up, big show today. Linda Kenyon joins us from CBS. Who else do we have? A double shot today. John McKinney on the Republican side and Chris Caruso on the Democratic side, talking about what is transpiring at the state capitol. And Holly Sullivan, the head of the Connecticut Citizens Defense League, drops by to explain all this controversy that you and I have been hearing about, these so-called Glock switches. What are those?
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. An armed man rams a vehicle through the doors of a suburban Detroit synagogue, driving through a hallway, and is engaged by security. According to CBS's Scott McFarland.
Sources tell CBS News that the person suspected of this attack today in Oakland County, Michigan, is dead, was taken down by security. Person believed responsible for this attack by car at a synagogue in West Bloomfield, Michigan, is dead.
Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard.
We have no victims other than one of the lead security people was hit by the car and was taken to the hospital for treatment.
Investigators are trying to identify the suspect and motive. CBS's Anna Schechter.
All signs are pointing a targeted attack on a synagogue, on the Jewish community at this point.
2 people were shot and wounded at Old Dominion University's Business School building in Virginia this morning. The gunman is dead. This student was in the building when the shooting happened.
We heard screams, like faint screams at first, and then the screams got louder, and then I guess that's when everyone took it more serious, and we all just ran.
The university has canceled classes and suspended all operations on its main campus for the rest of today. Iran's state-run media has issued on the first public statement attributed to the Islamic Republic's new supreme leader. No audio or video, just a statement read aloud by a presenter on Iranian state TV and is heard through an interpreter.
Most importantly for those oil prices is that he has called for the Strait of Hormuz to stay closed.
President Trump is weighing in on Iran's soccer team.
Posting on social media, President Trump wrote, quote, "The Iran national soccer team is welcome to the World Cup, but I really don't believe it is appropriate that they be there for their own life and safety," unquote. The president's comments come 2 days after he told the head of FIFA that Iranian players would be welcome to play in the tournament despite the war against Iran. The Men's Soccer World Cup will be played this summer and is jointly hosted by Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
President Trump wants an immediate vote on the Save America Act, which would require Americans to show proof of citizenship in person to register to vote in federal elections and implement photo ID requirements for voting. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns reports. Senate Majority Leader John Thune says
he is putting this bill on the floor next week and saying they're going to have a robust debate about this, that he wants to move forward with this bill, that he supports this bill. But the reality is that the votes just aren't there.
Stocks right now are down on Wall Street. The Dow has fallen 654 points. Oil is up 10%. This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan.
Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Black bear sightings are on the rise across the state of Connecticut as the weather continues to get warmer. Connecticut State Director of the Humane World for Animals, Annie Hornish, is reminding residents to remove possible food sources from their yards to prevent bear attacks.
The more they continue to find that human source food, the more they start to look to our houses and our yards as places to find food. It sets up something that is called habituation. They get very comfortable around people, and then they get food conditioned. They start to associate people with a way to get food.
Officials from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection say as bears come out of hibernation, they are hungry and tend to be more aggressive. They say the safest option if you see a bear is to slowly move away and not to approach the animal. And the family of a Bridgeport man found dead with no clothes on says they are heartbroken. Jamal Allen's family filed a missing persons report for him on February 13th, but only found out their son had been found dead by calling the office of the chief medical examiner in Farmington. The family tells News 12 Connecticut that the medical examiner said he was found in a house on Madison Avenue on February 12th, and the body was brought to the office with only shorts and socks. Allen's father, Mike Parks, says they have already held a funeral service, but he wants answers to the case. Bridgeport police say they cannot comment until a cause of death is issued. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident, exit 8 overall on 95 north, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in New Canaan. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hampton down to the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight, below near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back at it. A lot more coming up on the show today. We'll talk to Chris Caruso. We'll talk to John McKinney about what's going on at the Capitol. We will talk to our friend Holly Sullivan from the Connecticut Citizens Defense League about all the testimony regarding gun laws yesterday and so-called Glock switches. Linda Kenyon later on this hour from the White House. And joining us right now is a gentleman we like having on here, if only to be able to explain very complex and dire situations here when we have some sad news, as we do today. University of New Haven criminal justice lecturer and retired FBI agent Ken Gray as to what is going on in outside of Detroit. Ken, good afternoon. And I guess, Ken, if there's anything to be taken from this situation at this combination synagogue and school here, is that security worked, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, the good information that came out of this is that the security there at the Temple Israel in West Bloomfield, Michigan, was able to stop a person who rammed his car through the front door, exited his vehicle with a rifle, and was engaged by security right away. He did happen to hit one of the security guards with his vehicle, and that person has been taken to the hospital, but it looks like he will be okay. But security nonetheless engaged this shooter with gunfire and neutralized the threat. So the gunman is dead there in the synagogue. His vehicle had explosives in the back seat of the vehicle.
Yeah.
And it's not clear exactly what kind of explosives. There's a fire still going on inside the synagogue. And they're still in the process of clearing the synagogue to make sure, absolutely sure, there wasn't a second gunman involved. But nonetheless, they will have to put the fire out and then get the explosives out of the synagogue.
Yeah, and Ken, number one, before we go to the explosives thing here, and I saw one report unconfirmed where there were mortars, but having said that, going back to the security on this thing, Ken, it is a sad thing in society, but if you're going to have security, Ken, and I'm not trying to be flip about this, if you're going to have security, it almost has to be armed, right? In this day and age, you can't just have guys and gals there with nice blue-colored shirts. They have to have some firepower, don't they? Especially in a situation like this.
Absolutely. So a person who is there tasked with providing security who is unarmed would be just another victim, because this person came with a rifle and explosives. And you're right, it's been described on one of the news networks as mortars. But he came with the intention of doing harm there, and he was armed. And because of that, a person who was there that was providing security that was not armed would not be providing any security whatsoever. They would just be another victim.
Yeah, and Ken, finally, not to get in the fire science of this, but when you have a vehicle or vehicles there that thankfully the perpetrator has now been, permanently neutralized, we assume, you have these vehicles there, or this vehicle that may have some explosives there, and I don't know, I don't know how they do this, but they must be real careful, because somebody's got to handle those explosives, Ken. Or is there a way do you know whether there's a way to neutralize these things chemically, or do you put massive mats on them? What do they do here? Do we have any idea?
So normally with the explosives, EOD personnel takes the explosives and puts it into a containment vessel and then detonates that explosive on site. But in this particular case, the explosives are in the back seat of the vehicle that was rammed through the front of the synagogue.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a delicate operation to get the explosives out of the car, out of the synagogue, and neutralize. So it's going to take some EOD personnel that has some experience doing this to be able to handle that situation. But in the meantime, the synagogue has big billowing black smoke coming out from every possible exit. And so they're going to also have to deal with that fire, and they're going to have to deal with that fire before they can deal with the explosives.
And Ken, finally, in your experience with the Bureau, I'm sure the FBI has got nationwide alerts out right now with personnel probably eyeing several possible targets along with local police in those areas.
So especially considering the fact that there was also an incident in Norway at a synagogue.
Yeah.
The fact that there was an incident in Norway and an incident here in Michigan at the largest synagogue in the United States, to me, that means that this may be connected to the ongoing conflict there with Iran. Not that it's necessarily somebody connected to Iran, but somebody or some bodies who are responding to that as kind of a lone wolf type action. That's a possibility, but it doesn't discount the fact that it could be somebody that is just anti-Semitic that's carried out an act on their own.
All right. Retired FBI agent, senior criminal justice lecturer, University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Ken, as always, we thank you for your expertise, and I'm sure we'll be checking in down the road. Thank you, Ken.
Anytime.
All right. Ken Gray, University of New Haven, longtime retired FBI agent and senior criminal justice lecturer there. All right. Let's step out. We'll come back right here as we continue on your Thursday. A lot more to come on WICC.
Put your finest green on and join WICC at the biggest and best St. Patrick's Day parades in Connecticut. Join Melissa Sheketov Saturday in Milford at 1. Find parade routes at voiceofct.com. Bring your family for floats, marching bands, and all this St. Patty's Day fun with WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Water damage is a nightmare. Did you know it can be avoided with water leak detection installed by Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting? Water leaks and frozen pipes can damage a home or business more than fire or burglary. Go to ppcalarms.com. Learn how a water leak detection system can be installed simply and inexpensively to automatically shut off your water main. For comprehensive security solutions for theft, water, or fire, go to ppcalarms.com. ppcalarms.com for total home security and peace of mind.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Need a new roof? If you've got cracked or curled shingles, the answer is yes. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, your local roofing expert since 1972. We don't just install your roof, we fortify it with lasting protection backed by a 50-year warranty. And right now, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Homeowners have trusted Brown Roofing for over 50 years because we put our customers first. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com because a good car deserves a great recovery.
Connecticut, your neighbors are choosing MediWeight Loss for real medical support close to home. With convenient local locations, their experienced providers see you in person and design a custom plan that fits your life, including nutrition, coaching, and prescription options when medically appropriate. They've lowered their pricing to help more people in our community get started. And your first month of GLP-1 medication is now available for as low as $99. Local care, trusted providers, real results. Find your nearest Connecticut MediWeight Loss at mediweightloss.com.
St. Patty's Day's here, so come and see. Total Wine and More's the place to be. Whiskey Smooth or Guinness Tall, we've got the best, come grab it all. An Irish coffee, bold and sweet, or something new, a tasty treat. Not sure yet? Don't fret or fear, our friendly guides will bring good cheer. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident, exit 8 overall on 95 north, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in New Canaan. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hampton down to the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Greater Bridgeport. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right. Big Thursday for you again. Another update, bottom of the hour, and thanks to the analysis of one of our great go-to guys, long time, now retired, but long time senior FBI agent, Ken Gray, teaching at the University of New Haven. So now, with this scenario in Michigan, thankfully, that was thwarted with armed security, you had some AAA nut job. How do you know that, Paul? Well, no, you have to be a AAA nut job to have a car full of mortars and pile it into a synagogue, don't you think? I'm going to go out on a limb and make that editorial call here, if that's okay with you. So now you have to watch, around the country, and because of what's going on in the Middle East, and it's sad, but we're going to be confronted with this probably for the next few months. By the way, Linda Kenyon joins us later on from CBS and the White House on the Iran situation. Oil now clicking in at $95. This is real time. It just changed. $95.44. A barrel of crude oil today, crude oil futures. And again, when you hear that crude oil number, $75 is the dividing line. Anything under 75, that usually indicates some sort of world stability. When you get above 75, that's not good. So right now we're at $95. It just clicked again, $95.42. If you bought crude oil futures heading into today, you have made about 10.9%. So there you go. I know what you're saying. Oh, you're talking about a war being a money-making opportunity. Let me tell you something. If you don't think people get up in the morning when there's ever a world conflict and take a look or sit back and think, now, wait a minute, this area where this country A is fighting country B, and if you don't think people are standing up saying, well, wait a minute now, how could I make money off of this? You're more than naive. You're more naive than I thought. I'm not saying it's the morally right thing to do, but it is what it is, what it is. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. In fact, I'm looking at the time chart right here, and when did the this just shows you how this works. When did the spike in oil prices begin today? It was $88 a barrel at about 7 o'clock Eastern time this morning. By the time we got to 11:30, it was up to $95 a barrel. So, and it sounds insignificant, $7 a barrel, but again, when you consider what is it, 70 or 80 or 90 million barrels a day of oil are used worldwide or in the U.S., so the numbers are just staggering. So we'll talk about that later on. Talking about, though, numbers a little more locally here, a story the other day regarding now what happens to the Trumbull Mall. Now, at one time, malls were all the rage, and they were because it was different. We used to just go to the local clothing store. And thankfully, these stores have kind of survived, not because it's so much price, but it's the personal service. So in a lot of areas, there is still the locally run kind of center of town clothing store. There's still the camera shop and or the audio video shop. I read a story somewhere the other day, I think it was in the New Haven area, where there are 2 or 3 kind of boutique audio dealers, not audio, as in high-end stereos, and they survive by giving, personal service versus something you can just buy on Amazon. So there are still a lot of, local small business people out there, but having said that, malls are in trouble. Meriden's pretty much empty last time I was there. I think Midstate Medical is buying like half the place. There's some indoor pickleball courts there. Milford still does pretty well. Trumbull is kind of on edge here. So what happens to these malls? And what should happen to the Trumbull Mall? We were talking about that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Story here in Hearst. The Trumbull Mall is on the market. The owner has defaulted on a loan from not too long ago, $152 million. So the owner defaulting, town of Trumbull hoping they can find a buyer. The global real estate company Newmark is trying to sell the property, marketing the property as an investment opportunity. Trumbull officials say the property has been on the market for about 6 weeks. I wonder if they've got any. Tire kicking on that. Back in June, so last year, the Namdar Realty Group defaulted, says here in the story in Hearst, on a loan of $152 million. I wonder what your monthly payments are on that. If it's 30 years, how long are these commercial loans? I don't know. 10, 20, 30 years? So $152 million was the loan to buy the mall. They bought it in late 2022, so they basically went about 3.5 years before they said, that's it, not doing it. The court-appointed receiver in the case hired Centennial Real Estate to handle management and leasing of the mall. Centennial, says here, owns the Connecticut Post Mall. Connecticut Post is still doing pretty well. In fact, I go for my old man walk in there some nights when it's just too cold or just too hot. And I don't recall, there's a couple, 3 stores maybe open there. Now, again, the thing that helps the Connecticut Post Mall is the movies, is the theater there. And I've been there a few times. They have a good sound system there because I can hear the rumbling when I'm 2 floors down. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Paul in Bethel. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Good, Paulie. How are you doing?
Good.
I gotta figure that, the place is an older building.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's going to be able to stay there, no matter what they're going to do. All the HVAC has to be done.
Sure.
All the electrical, all the plumbing.
Plumbing,
You're left with a shell. All you got is a shell.
Yeah.
Given that location, it's prime location for Class A office space.
Oh, yeah.
I could see somebody come in, leveling it, and building, a very large Class A spot. I would not doubt that that's the direction it's going to go if the town lets them, of course, however that works.
Yeah. Paul, I would think that, to your point, somebody's going to go to the town and go to the owner here, or the receiver, and say, all right, here's the deal. For what I want to do, like you said, Paul, I got to level the whole thing. So I'm basically buying the land. I'll do the remediation and the leveling, but we have to talk about what I can get just the parcel for. Help me out here.
Yeah, and plus tax incentives and whatever else. So.
Yeah. But, listen, hey, Paul, I have an idea. We should put there Starfleet Academy. You think that would work there? What do you think? No?
You'll have to sign me up, Scotty. I'm in.
That's right. All right, Paul, thanks. Appreciate it. How about that, huh? Right about that. How about that? Ahead War Factor 1 to Trumbull, Connecticut.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident, exit 8 overall on 95 north over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in New Canaan. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hampton down to the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Since 2007, Jane Doe No More has improved the lives of countless survivors of sexual crimes. What started as a grassroots organization is now a growing movement. Come celebrate at the 15th Annual Gala and Dr. Henry C. Lee Awards on Saturday, March 21st at the Waterview in Monroe, Connecticut. Join presenting sponsor the Pettit Family Foundation for a Casino Royale Gala. Great food, open bar, auctions, dance party, and much more. For more information on tickets and sponsorships, visit JaneDoeNoMore.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Metal Supermarket's not where you buy your eggs, but where you buy all the metal you need. The world's largest small quantity metal supplier with over 8,000 types, shapes, and grades is now in Danbury and Bridgeport. Fabricators, construction crews, manufacturers, auto shops, and hobbyists find the metal you need cut to size and ready fast with no minimum order. Or browse our drops and remnants. Fill your cart at Metal Supermarkets in Bridgeport at 1085 Connecticut Avenue or Danbury at 4 Lee Mack Avenue.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
News special report. A suspect is taken down after a shooting at the Temple Israel School and Synagogue in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan. More from CBS's Anna Schechter.
A vehicle was rammed into the synagogue and shots were fired. It appears that a shooter was shooting and a security guard who almost immediately neutralized the suspect.
Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard.
We're looking to see if there's more than one person. We're still trying to figure that out. We're trying to get access to the video. At the moment, we just tell people that shelter in place for at least a mile.
CBS's Scott McFarland reports.
Nobody inside the facility has been injured. Nobody inside the facility remains. They have evacuated it.
FBI personnel are on the scene with partners in Michigan, according to an online post by FBI Director Kash Patel. Michigan State Police say troopers are increasing patrols at other places of worship in the district. CBS News Special Report, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A malfunctioning router and not a cyber attack as previously thought is responsible for a 911 outage Wednesday in parts of southeastern Connecticut. Emergency calls in Ledyard, Stonington, Groton, and the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation were redirected to other departments during the outage, according to the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. All 911 service was restored by mid-afternoon. In light of the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision establishing that presidents do not have the authority to use emergency powers to impose tariffs, Governor Ned Lamont, as well as the governors of 18 other states, sent a letter Wednesday to congressional leaders urging Congress to enact meaningful statutory restraints on presidential tariff power that allow for appropriate congressional review. The letter said, in part, quote, "The Supreme Court has spoken, and now it is Congress's turn to act. We urge you to seize this moment, work across party lines, and restore to the American people meaningful control over trade policy that affects their daily lives." Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal said Wednesday after a briefing on Iran that the public deserves to know much more than the Trump administration has told them. In an appearance on CNN, Blumenthal said that there was a possibility of more American troops being deployed on the ground.
The president himself has talked about using special operation forces to disperse or secure the enriched uranium. He's talked about regime change. It can't be done at 30,000 feet. It requires a presence in the country.
With the weather getting warmer, experts are already warning Connecticut residents about ticks. Despite record snowfall and cold temperatures this past season, Dr. Phil Armstrong from the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station says that the winter was unlikely to have any substantive effect on the amount of ticks you may encounter.
A cold winter really isn't going to kill all the mosquitoes and ticks. So a lot of the ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures. They lie in a dormant state, and when the weather warms up again, they'll be out in numbers again.
Residents are advised to take precautions when going on hikes or anytime they're in areas that contain woods or tall grass. A bill to ban the practice of female genital mutilation is moving through the legislature's Judiciary Committee. Simonesh Kamalo, a survivor of female genital mutilation, appeared before lawmakers in support of the bill for the third year in a row last week. She says it's, quote, heartbreaking to know that there is still no clear law in place here in our state addressing this. Lawmakers have indicated bipartisan support, but the bill has yet to appear in either chamber of the legislature. Last year, a bill criminalizing the practice was voted through the Senate, but never voted on in the House. The state legislature is considering bills on homeschooling, vaccines, and gun control. Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora says public hearings on all three bills were heard on Wednesday, attracting hundreds of people to the legislature.
Today, we're starting out a very busy day in the Capitol, addressing three significant bills that impacts constitutional rights for residents in the state of Connecticut.
Lawmakers are calling it, quote, Wicked Wednesday. Both Republicans and Democrats said they could not recall any time when three public committee hearings were held on issues of such magnitude on the same day. Republican Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding placed the blame on state Democrats, accusing them of shutting down public debate through another rushed process.
The Democrats in this building should be disgusted with themselves. The way they've treated the public is so beyond the pale that any Democrat, any legislator that works in this process that is conducive to what is going on, to shutting up the voices of thousands of people here today, should be voted out of office, period.
No votes were taken by the committees, but all three bills are facing deadlines of less than 3 weeks to pass in one of the shortest legislative sessions of recent years. And there will be extra service on the New Haven line of Metro North trains for the Big East tournament in New York City. UConn fans can ride from New Haven to Grand Central Station in Manhattan, take a shuttle to Penn Station, and head upstairs to Madison Square Garden. The Huskies play Xavier tonight at 7 p.m. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, an accident, exit 8 overall on 95 north, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound slow ride starts in New Canaan. New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hampton down to the tunnel. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight, below near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, coming up later on to the show in the 5 o'clock hour, our buddy, our pal, John McKinney from the Capitol Report, Sunday mornings at 10 on News 8. We'll get John's ideas as to what he saw yesterday with what Chris just talked about, all the public hearings going on at the state capitol. Chris Caruso will join us today at 4:50. We usually have him on Fridays. I'll be off tomorrow. One final hockey television broadcast tomorrow, so I'll be firmly ensconced in the TV booth of the Martiri Family Arena for the Atlantic Hockey America semifinal this weekend coming up. So check it on out Friday, Saturday, and maybe Sunday if the Pios go to a third game. And coming up next hour at about 4:45, Holly Sullivan's going to join us. We haven't spoken. I spoke to her earlier today, but I went back in my guest booking calendar. It was like 2 years ago. Holly Sullivan, the head of the CCDL, the Connecticut Citizens Defense League, the top Second Amendment organization right here in the state. So we'll talk about this controversy. Now, there's another gun bill in Hartford looking to basically legally challenge a major gun manufacturer called Glock into making their guns less able to be tampered with, which is criminal anyway. So we already have these, laws on the books, although I was heartened to see yesterday coverage of this, and I'll ask Holly about that there seemed to be, what's the word I'm looking for? A bit of comedy, and that's not comedy, comedy, not funny, haha, but comedy, comity, which means a good-natured discussion, between some pro-gun and pro-gun safety activists as to the proclivity of doing something which is already criminal. You're not supposed to play around and take a gun like a Glock and make it an automatic weapon. But this is what criminals do. So we'll talk to Holly about that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We'll get to one of my favorite subjects momentarily for just a couple of minutes. Guess what's happening? Yes. Here come the Bears, and I don't mean the ones in Chicago either, or the ones up in Maine. Dave and Merredin's here. Dave, how are you?
Good, Paul. Hey, you're talking about different malls, and I agree. Last time I was down at Merredin Mall, Merredin Square, it was dead.
There's nothing there.
I only go there for Boscov's, and that's about it. But, I think they're missing the boat. They put in pickleball courts and medical offices and whatever, but what would really keep the husbands happy and attract some traffic?
Yeah.
Some gentlemen's clubs.
Oh, yeah. Could you imagine? Could you imagine taking Dave? You're great. You taking like the entire Merredin Mall or Trumbull Mall and making it just one big strip joint. Can you imagine? You'd have to have cops directing traffic out there.
They'd be shuttling people in. Hey, have a good weekend.
All right, Dave, thanks. See, how about Dave? He's an ideas guy. You make the Merredin Square Mall, you make Trumbull, you make it just one. You make it one big strip joint. I'm sorry, it's a gentleman's club. We don't call them strip joints anymore. When did that happen? Oh, God. In fact, did you see there is a... Now, I'm not direct... Now, what? First of all, let me get the name of it. Hold on. Did you see the controversy that's going on regarding the NBA, the National Basketball Association, and a strip club in Atlanta? And I guess, it's called... Now, be careful if you go to this website. There is a gentleman's club in Atlanta, and I'm only mentioning this because it's been in the news, and Dave reminded me of this. There's a strip club in Atlanta called Magic City. And it's supposed to be a high class, whatever, and they take reservations. But here's the thing. I guess they had some promotions lined up with the Atlanta Hawks. And it's a really interesting story because in this era of when we are in 2026, with how some people are very open about stuff and how people are not, you have people saying, but wait a minute. The NBA and one of its franchises that's been around a while. The Atlanta Hawks go back decades. Expansion team, but that was, 50 years ago or something like that? And wait a minute now. They're doing promotional nights at a strip joint. I know it's got multiple levels and it serves food. It's still a you-know-what bar. But Dave is very forward-thinking. He wants the entirety of the Meriden Mall to be adult entertainment. Somehow, I don't think, Dave, whether it's Meriden or even Trumbull, I'm guessing, now I'm no expert in these sort of kind of things here. I don't think that's going to fly. My guess is planning and zoning might have their say to say no there. But as one of our previous callers said, yeah, I mean, if anything is going to happen to a stretch like you have there in Trumbull, it's a great piece of property. The location, I mean, man, can you have a better location? Right on the intersection there of, Park Avenue and as our caller pointed out, Park Avenue straight into Bridgeport, up and down from Fairfield there, and Sacred Heart in the area there. That would be, I wouldn't be surprised if you had Sacred Heart or even Fairfield University maybe swoop in on that property, just the way Quinnipiac. What did Quinnipiac buy? Oh, the old Blue Cross Blue Shield property in North Haven. They went for that. And what did UNH buy? Oh, that was the Hubble property in Bridgeport. Yeah. All right, we'll do this, and then we'll take our daily check-in at the White House coming up on WICC.
Want to cut your winter heating costs and keep the savings coming for years? Get a new energy-efficient heating system now from Hoffman Energy. With great financing options, $0 down, and low monthly payments. Installing a new system can help you save up to $500 on annual energy costs, and you can rely on your local Hoffman Energy team for fast and professional installation. Don't miss this deal for a new heating system. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
I'm Keith Trantolo from the law firm of Trantolo & Trantolo. When you're injured in an accident, one of the first questions is, how much is my case worth? Here's the truth. Our firm's been fighting for clients for over 85 years, and anyone who gives you a quick answer doesn't know what they're doing. Understanding your situation is key. Your injuries, medical bills, time missed from work, and more. Our team has the experience to get you the best results, and we don't get paid until you do. Don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, the heavy congestion starts in Norwalk, and we have a report of a southbound accident approaching North Street in Greenwich. 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf, over across southbound, a slow ride through Hampton, down into the tunnel. 84, bunching up on both sides at the Super 7 in Danbury. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
He'll tell you what's really going on. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, keep it right here. Continuing coverage, top and bottom of each hour. We've had it for you since the get-go here. The investigation continues into an attempted attack at a in fact, one of the biggest synagogue school facilities in the entire world in West Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Temple Israel there, a car ramming itself that was full of explosives into the synagogue part of that building. And luckily, the lone person in that car was shot and killed by armed security there, and now there's a nationwide alert out for this. So we'll get more on that from CBS News, top of the hour. And speaking of CBS News, one of the great folks we like to check in with in D.C., Linda Kenyon at the White House. Linda, good afternoon, and how are you?
Very good. Thank you, Paul. It's good to be here.
And oil now. All eyes are on oil prices. I'm watching the live ticker in front of me, Linda. It literally is moving like a slot machine. I mean, literally tickling $100 a barrel. Now, there's pressure, right, on the White House here. What is the White House saying about releasing or going into tapping some of those oil reserves? What's up with that?
Well, the president has been very proud of oil prices going down, and now he refers to the price hikes amid the war against Iran as, in his words, a short-term excursion. So this excursion, if you will, has led to an action by the Trump administration to ask for the release of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to drive down prices. And that would be in conjunction with other members of the International Energy Agency, which is made up of dozens of countries, to release what is being considered the largest volume of emergency oil reserves in the IEA's history. So this is all as a result of those rising oil prices because of the war against Iran.
Finally, Linda, is there any indication, I mean, you said he's asking, is there any indication when there might be a yes or a no on this, or do other people have to be consulted? How does this work?
Well, Energy Secretary Chris Wright did say yesterday that the drawdown is always ready to go, the drawdown from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and that he will release 172 million barrels. And that, however, that doesn't mean it's all going to happen in one day. In fact, it could take about 13 days for it to take effect in the marketplace and about 120 days to complete the release of an estimated 172 million barrels.
All right. Linda Kenyon, CBS News. As always, Linda, thank you. Have a great weekend, and we'll chat down the road. Thanks, Linda.
Sounds good.
Appreciate it. There you go. Linda Kenyon, CBS News. Now, what did she say? 132 million barrels. Now, the strategic oil repository, however it's framed there, that well, I guess the White House could argue this. The strategic oil reserve is supposedly a 30-day supply that the U.S. has on hand. Maybe, I guess they would argue in a case like this, particularly in a military case, where, I don't know, putting mines in the Strait of Hormuz, maybe firing on some international oil reserves and refineries there. But supposedly there is a 30-day supply being held, and there is part of that in Connecticut, by the way. Those, I've been told for years, for example, the oil tanks right along the Pearl Harbor Memorial Bridge there in New Haven, those tanks, particularly if you look to your right, if you're heading north up 95, those tanks are part of how many hundreds of thousands of gallons are in those storage tanks, I don't know. But those are part of the Strategic Oil Reserve. So Linda mentioned, about 130 million gallons or barrels, of oil would be released. So you may say, well, how long would that take us, Paul? Well, I can answer. I can tell you that. We use every day, roundabout, averaged out in the course of a month or a year, the U.S. consumes about 20 million barrels of oil a day. So, again, on average, depending upon, maybe it's cooler in one time of the year, more, or you're using the oil differently for gasoline or how it's refined. But the average U.S. consumption is about 20 million gallons a day for the strategic oil reserves. So Linda had the figure the White House is using what, 130 million barrels, they say. So over the next 2 or 3 weeks, the object would be to release, 6 days worth of oil. Now that's, it's about a week. And again, the whole thing is that's also supposed to be replenished. And I think the way that's done is technically the government has to buy that oil from the refineries of whatever they could get the best price on it. So they don't just go in and, if it's not an active state of war, they just don't go in there and commandeer that oil. By the way, have you started now? I was going to ask this. Now that we've gone up the average price, well, I have to check gas prices, by the way. I'll do that for you coming up after the break. Have you started, skimping on gas? No, seriously. Because we had COVID where nobody was traveling and gas was $1 whatever a gallon or something like that. We had that, and now it's up to, $3.60, $3.70 a gallon? So back in COVID, nobody cares. Even after COVID, it went to, $2.60, $2.70? And you didn't care. Now, are you at the I suddenly care point for gasoline again? You tell me. I'll give you the daily prices, by the way, coming up right here on WICC. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC as we continue.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. The Parkway northbound, the heavy congestion starts in Norwalk, and we have a report of a southbound accident approaching North Street in Greenwich. 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf, Wilbur Cross southbound, a slow ride through Hampton, down into the tunnel. 84, bunching up on both sides at the Super 7 in Danbury. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight, with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 695.9.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 442 Unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yes, and ding, 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 ding. Fairfield County now moving into the lead with the most expensive average gasoline prices. I remember there was a local guy doing a gasoline station commercial about 30 years ago, I remember. This guy, it seemed like a nice enough guy, was at another radio station. The guy would never say gas or gasoline. He says gizzline. Gizzline. Yeah. Hey, get your gizzer there. Fairfield County, as we speak this afternoon, according to our fine friends at the Connecticut Motor Club, AAA, $3.53.5 a gallon. So what the hell? Round it up to the next cent. So Fairfield County leading the way at $3.54. Oh, no, wait. I was wrong. Windham County is at $3.55. I'm sorry. So you can, if you want to drive from Lower Fairfield County to Windham County, you can save that penny a gallon. So right now as we speak, it's $3.55 in Windham County, $3.54 in Fairfield County. What do we have here? $3.50 in Middlesex, $3.51 in Hartford County. Cheap spot, hey. Tolland County is a $3.48. New London is a $3.50. No, Litchfield County and Litchfield County is a $3.45. Oh my God, they're changing by the minute. And Pistol Wave in New Haven County is at $3.48. So there you be. All right. So the current average today, statewide average now, statewide, from sea to Shining Sea here in Connecticut, $3.50 a gallon. Now, a month ago, it was $2.90. So you are up 60 cents a gallon over the last month. So if you average, like I like to say, if you average about a 12-gallon tank now, most cars have something around 12 gallons. Subcompacts have smaller. Bigger cars, SUVs, have 15, 18-gallon tanks. Most cars have about a 12-gallon tank. You were at $2.90 a month ago. You're at $3.50 now. 60 cents a gallon. 60, so 612s are 72. So you can say the war to try and stamp out the leaders of Iran, $7 a gallon more per fill-up so far.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A man is dead after police say he rammed his vehicle through the doors and down a hallway at one of the largest synagogues in the country. It happened earlier this afternoon at Temple Israel in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan. CBS's Anna Schechter.
A vehicle was rammed into the synagogue and shots were fired. It appears that a shooter was shooting and a security guard who almost immediately neutralized the suspect.
Who is dead. Two law enforcement sources tell CBS News the suspect's body is badly burned, complicating identification. And there were mortar-type explosives in the vehicle. Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard.
We want to assure the community it doesn't appear to be anything active.
An investigation is underway after a shooting at the Old Dominion University's business school this morning. ODU Chief of Police Garrett Shelton announces.
We're aware of 3 victims, all of which are ODU affiliated, and a suspect who is deceased.
One of the 3 victims has died. The university president says the school is closed through tomorrow. The price of gas and diesel has been steadily rising since the war with Iran began. Brent crude prices have closed above $100 a barrel, a first since 2022. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
Everyone that I'm talking to says 3 weeks is really the mark where you could see the next big increase, because when oil supply is constricted for that long, that's when you're going to see people get even more anxious about things.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is crushing Iran and Hezbollah, but CBS's Matt Gutman in Tel Aviv says of Iran.
Analysts tell us that over the past 72 hours, they have really taken control over the narrative and the pace and the way that this war is being fought, essentially forcing the U.S. to either come to some sort of deal or pour even more resources into the Strait of Hormuz, into the Persian Gulf in order to, quote, open it up.
NASA's long-delayed launch of the Artemis II mission, part of the U.S. push to return to the moon by 2028, could come as soon as April 1st. Technical difficulties delayed a launch originally expected in February. CBS's Jim Krasula has the latest on another round of severe weather.
The damage assessment and cleanup are underway in the small southern Oklahoma town of Mansville after it was hit by a suspected tornado. Diana Braley lives in the community of 750 people.
The sound was terrible, and I got to the front door, and I couldn't even open my glass door. There was so much suction.
Storms from the same weather system claimed 1 life and left several others hurt in Lawrence County, Mississippi. A confirmed tornado earlier in the week claimed 2 lives in northeastern Indiana. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
Stocks closed sharply lower, with the Dow falling 739 points. This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here? How is this possible?
Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why?
It's time for 60 Minutes.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A bill to ban the practice of female genital mutilation is moving through the legislature's Judiciary Committee. Simonesh Kamalo, a survivor of female genital mutilation, appeared before lawmakers in support of the bill for the third year in a row last week. She says it's, quote, heartbreaking to know that there is still no clear law in place here in our state addressing this. Lawmakers have indicated bipartisan support, but the bill has yet to appear in either chamber of the legislature. Last year, a bill criminalizing the practice was voted through the Senate, but never voted on in the House. And the state legislature is considering bills on homeschooling, vaccines, and gun control. Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora says public hearings on all three bills were heard on Wednesday, attracting hundreds of people to the legislature.
Today, we're starting out a very busy day in the Capitol, addressing three significant bills that impacts constitutional rights for residents in the state of Connecticut.
Lawmakers are calling it, quote, Wicked Wednesday. Both Republicans and Democrats said they could not recall any time when three public committee hearings were held on issues of such magnitude on the same day. Republican Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding placed the blame on state Democrats, accusing them of shutting down public debate through another rushed process.
The Democrats in this building should be disgusted with themselves. The way they've treated the public is so beyond the pale that any Democrat, any legislator that works in this process, that is conducive to what is going on, to shutting up the voices of thousands of people here today, should be voted out of office, period.
No votes were taken by the committees, but all three bills are facing deadlines of less than 3 weeks to pass in one of the shortest legislative sessions in recent years. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound accident approaching exit 5 for North Street. On the northbound side, plenty of onlooking delays as well. 95 northbound side over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. And in New Haven, 91 southbound, you're jamming from exit 4 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. 84 eastbound side, heavy volume delays as well through Danbury and again through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, lot coming up in this hour. Chris Caruso standing by to give us his thoughts regarding all the public hearings. Hey, listen, democracy in action this week at the State House, so we'll talk about that. And in about 35 minutes, we haven't had Holly Sullivan on in about a year and change or so. She heads the CCDL, the Connecticut Civil, the CCDL, the Connecticut Civil Defense League, which is the basically the major gun rights group, pro-Second Amendment group in the state. And they were among a lot of pro-Second Amendment people and gun safety people up at the Capitol yesterday, testifying about a couple of bills, one connected to what are called, you may have heard this phrase in the news over the past few days, Glock switches. And that would be Glock, as in the Glock pistols, which a lot of people like to buy for price and convenience or whatever, and switches. Well, it's not a real switch. It's something criminally that's already being done to criminally, emphasize the criminally, modify guns by criminals. But yet we have to pass more laws about that. So we'll talk to Holly coming up about that. I started off the show wondering this because I've been there a few times, and like other malls, at one time the Trumbull Mall was a bustling metropolis of commerce. Now, sadly, no reflection on the city or the town or the fine retailers there. Most of the time you hear about the Trumbull Mall because of something criminal happening there in the mall. We've had guns going off in the mall. We've had alleged criminal activity in the parking lots there, even in broad daylight. So now there is a notion that the Trumbull Mall's days as a mall, they could be limited here. If you have, they'll probably take less money. But the last company to buy the Trumbull Mall back in 2022 has gone belly up on the loan. So the loan was $152 million bucks. So my question on this at 203-333-9422 or Facebook.com/Voice of CT. What should the new owners, because there will be new owners. Somebody will buy the Trumbull Mall. What should the new owners do with the Trumbull Mall and its property? Are malls dying? Not because we don't like them, but as Mr. Dillon said, the times they are a-changing. Chris, what do you have on this question?
Suzanne thinks that it's also dangerous, too. Todd thinks that your question is 15 years too late, while Ed said malls across the country are being converted to condos, conference centers, hotels, alternative retail, such as a food store instead of clothes. The key is to do anything that can't be bought on the internet. In eastern Connecticut, Electric Boat bought a mall in Waterford and is turning the whole thing into offices. The Trumbull Mall could be a mini town if they added condos, a food store, and so on. That section of Connecticut could use a medium-sized conference center.
Yeah, and he's right there. Yeah. Okay, so maybe you put fewer living units in there, fewer condos, fewer apartments or whatever. Maybe you do it differently there because of some of the work that you would need with HVAC and electricity and all that. Maybe you do a conference center or something like that. I got to tell you, that's interesting because you look at the location, right? Might be a good one, as they say. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us, voiceofct.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
When life turns uncertain, Bridgeport Rescue Mission is here, providing food, shelter, and support to local families and individuals when they need it most.
Did you know that Sage Healthcare is a free multidisciplinary community clinic embedded with the Bridgeport Rescue Mission? Sage Healthcare, no cost, No barriers, just healthcare.
Give today for hope for tomorrow. Go to bridgeportrescuemission.org. Let your donation restore hope. bridgeportrescuemission.org.
I tell you, these guys don't miss a beat. Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and I'm talking about my friends at K&J Tree Service. They have aggressive winter discounts back for you to get in on. The snow may be falling, but so are the prices at K&J Tree Service. This winter, you can take advantage of K&J Tree Service's aggressive discounts. Whether you need tree trimming, removal, or stump grinding, they're offering aggressive winter discounts off of all of their services. They've got certified arborists ready to handle winter's toughest challenges with unmatched safety and efficiency. So don't wait for the thaw. Protect your property and your wallet right now with K&J Tree Service. Call them directly for a free estimate and unbeatable savings. K&J is there every step of the way during the entire process from start to finish, ensuring you are happy. And it starts with that free tree risk assessment we talk about all the time. K&J Tree Service has the staff, equipment, and expertise to keep your family, home, and property safe. Go to kjtreeservice.com and book that free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com.
Saturday, March 14th at 7:30, come down to UB's Mertens Theater for the Greater Bridgeport Symphony. See Eduardo Leandro conduct Copland's Appalachian Spring, Ravel, and a never-before-heard concerto for saxophone, soloed by its composer, Travis LaPlante. Tickets are $21 to $72, available at gbs.org. Kids under 19 are free, and accompanying adults get 15% off their tickets. For this offer and other information, call 203-576-0263. GBS, the best music in town.
When bad weather hits, go to voiceofct.com to get the latest school and business closings and delays. It's the Voice of Connecticut Storm Center, driven by BMW of Darien.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound accident approaching exit 5 for North Street. On the northbound side, plenty of onlooking delays as well. 95 northbound side over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. And in New Haven, 91 southbound, you're jamming from exit 4 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. 84 eastbound side, heavy volume delays as well through Danbury and again through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Norwalk's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, before we get to Chris Caruso's very valued weekly update as to what Chris saw at the Capitol this week with all the public hearings, let's get a notion here as to what Sean thinks in Trumbull about the Trumbull Mall. Hey, Sean, how are you? What's up?
Hello, Paul. Thank you. Trumbull native. I think that the Trumbull Mall should be purchased by the town of Trumbull and made into another school, because Trumbull is currently undergoing changes with housing, building apartments right and left, and the town of Bridgeport is bordering right there. So there's a lot of crime at the mall, and a lot of the new apartments are being built in that same area. So I think that would be a good use. That's my 2 cents. And
Sean, thanks. Appreciate it. And you know what? That with the size of the mall, the way it is in that parking lot, you could probably get 2 schools there. You could probably get a complex of 2 or 3 schools there. But Sean, thanks. Yeah. Because to me, you could probably turn that into a school and get away with fewer electricity changes, HVAC and all that, right? And plumbing and all that, and the sewers and everything. So, Sean, good stuff. Thanks, man. Sean said he grew up, was going there, too. I wonder if he partook of any mall cuisine. Who doesn't like a good mall food court, huh? Man, I'd live there. All right, joining us right now, I don't know how to segue from that to state politics, so let's just do it. We go from mall food to Chris Caruso. Chris, how are you, sir? Good afternoon.
Very good, Paul. Hey, Paul, before we begin, let me your last caller, I just want to correct something.
Okay.
Because the mall's next to Bridgeport, Bridgeport has a lot of crime. There was a shooting a couple of months ago at the mall.
Yeah.
They weren't Bridgeport kids.
Okay.
So I just want to make it clear. It's easy to roll out your tongue. Well, it's Bridgeport, so there's crime. There's other issues with that mall that's been going on for a while. That has absolutely nothing to do with Bridgeport. malls in general are not doing well financially. They're going under, and you got to find alternative uses. For example, Trumbull, right outside the mall, has all the rental housing that they built in order to subsidize the mall. So I just want to make that for the record.
Well, yeah, and Chris, before we get to Hartford here, so what do you think? Let me just ask you this before we segue up north. Sure. What do you think the best use for that would be right now? It's $152 million. The owner defaulted on it. It's a huge piece of land. It's a good location. What do you think the future of that is?
Well, I think it's a mixed use. One thing that we don't have enough of in Connecticut is elderly housing. And I think that would be great to have some elderly housing. You could have mixed use. You could put some retail in there as well. So I think it could be a mixed uses. But elderly housing would be very positive. Maybe that's an area. I know there's been a big dispute in Trumbull over a community center for the seniors because of the cost. Maybe that's a good spot to include that with elderly housing, some retail, some mixed uses.
All right. Chris, listen, a lot of hot button issues up at the Capitol, homeschooling and gun laws as always. And who knows whether any of these bills are going to make it out of committee for a vote and go to the floor of the House or Senate. Because as you always said, they don't call a vote unless they think they can pass it. But another good example, though, of the people's voices, whether they were in person, Chris, or did it online, you know, the public comment thing is at least alive in Connecticut to some form.
Oh, it always has, Paul. And, the public hearing is a great process for people to express their views. Unfortunately, I think it took on a political twist, not by so much the public coming up to speak, but frankly, the House and Senate Republicans turned it into a Republican agenda. And that's always sad because I know it's election year, and when I was up in Hartford, we never had that type of situation occur. But I also think there's going to be a very interesting election coming up this year, as a matter of fact, and I think people are jockeying for a position and getting their names out, and I think it's that silly time of the year. Unfortunately, the public is pulled into that, and it should never be. I was watching the hearing last night of Public Health, and there were members of the public threatening legislators that if they don't vote the way they should, they're going to be thrown out at election time. And that was from a lot of the speakers. There was a lot of misinformation about vaccines, and the commissioner spoke about it, made it very clear under questioning by Republicans. And yet people got up and there were the talking points, and it was a lot of misinformation. And the other thing, there were three major issues in the same day. And partly that happens, Paul, because the committees have a very tight deadline in a 3-month session. You know, there's deadlines when these committees have to move things out. And if you don't meet those deadlines, everything in the committee dies. So I think that's why everything was condensed. You know, some people argue it was political, but I think we got to look beyond that. I think the positive is, though, that the public was able to speak. You know, whether they agreed or with an issue or not, at least they got time to speak. You know, the one in public health, they voted at 12 midnight. It would be ending the public hearing. There was over 500 people on the list, Paul. And, you know, and they said, and the Republicans are, well, it should go on 24 hours. You know, there's legislators who live down county where we are, and they have to travel. We've had legislators over the year that have been killed while on the road because sleeping. We've had some that have, when we used to have the tolls go into the toll booth, we had people that have physical disabilities as a result of it. So there's a lot of safety issues, too, that has to be considered. Now, to the credit of the chair people of that committee, they stayed till 1:30. Even though the hearing ended at midnight, they went and listened to other people to 1:30 in the morning. So I think they were being responsive. But, you know, the sniping, frankly, by some legislators toward the majority party and, you know, constant election phrases, I don't think serves the public well. But all said and done, at least the public got to speak, and I think that's always good.
At any one time, Chris, we'll end on this. At any one time when you were watching that hearing, did you say to yourself, God, I miss this?
Oh, no. Not yesterday, Paul. Again, I think it was, what's happening. In some ways, Washington is coming to Connecticut.
Yeah.
And I've never seen the rancor before.
Yeah.
And the sniping at these meetings, especially public hearings. And again, it's an election.
I get you.
The Republicans lost 29 municipal leadership positions in the last election. So they're trying to make up for that. They're trying to get out there to be public. I get it. But I just thought it was the wrong place to turn this into a political agenda.
All right.
But that's my view.
All right, Chris, thanks. Appreciate it. And we'll see you next Friday. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Take care, Paul.
Thanks, Chris. Chris Caruso there. So he's probably enjoyed watching that from the comfort of his home last night. All right. Look who's here on the way to news. Bozzy is checking in. Boz, how are you today?
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
One of the nicest guys. I live in the neighborhood with him, Chris Caruso.
Yeah, great guy.
I had the fortunate, I saw him a couple of months ago in December for the thing they had at the Klein, and he really, that kind of politician has long...
Few and far between.
Been guy. Great. Yeah, few and far between.
Yeah.
Now, on a funnier note...
Yes.
To go on Dave with the Gentlemen's Club, and then I'll get serious. You keep saying about in 6 years we're going to have prostitution.
Oh,
so
trust me.
the Trumbull Mall, instead of Westfield, we could call it Vicefield. And we could put the pot shops there and the drinking, and we could put a big track around there so all the drunks could come out and bump into each other before they go up the ramp. And just call it Vicefield. And have the prostitutes and the
You want
gentlemen's
it?
club
Oh,
and
you
chicken
want?
dinner for
What do you
the
want?
ladies.
What do you want? What do you want? A brothel there too? Wow, jeez.
Well, no, I'm just saying, with all the vices, we'll call it Vicefield.
Vicefield.
And just conglomerate right there. The X-rated. But I used to work in them all back in the late 80s.
Oh, really?
But, I worked in a pipe shop. I worked there back in the day when Christmas time.
Yeah.
I have some great memories of early Connecticut. But wall-to-wall people. But I'm saying in the beginning, when we came from Long Island 50 years ago, it was Corvettes on one side and G Foxes on the other. And in those days, we used to shop at Roosevelt Field Mall on Long Island.
Yeah.
Well, we come to Connecticut, it's just one strip there, right? You go to get a sweater, there'd be one small, one medium, one large. And they would say to someone, do you have another small in the back? I'm from Long. No, that's it.
That's it.
I mean, and then you had Woolworths. You went from when you were going to Corvettes, you had Woolworths on the left. And a couple of times I went there, had a hot dog. But I used to work in the pipe shop in the heyday of the boom 80s.
Wow.
That mall, when Walmart was on the end and before these, it was wall.
The Chapel Square Mall in New Haven. My family had a jewelry store there. And Boz, I do have to go. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, Trumbull, Chapel Square Mall in New Haven. My extended family had Anthony's Jewelers there, if you remember that. The Meriden Mall, I remember my wife at the time, and we on a Sunday afternoon, the Meriden Mall was packed. The escalators used to be just one constant line of people up and down. But again, doesn't mean the stores are bad, doesn't mean people are bad. The times, they are a-changing.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound accident approaching exit 5 from North Street. On the northbound side, plenty of onlooking delays as well. 95 northbound side over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. And in New Haven, 91 southbound, you're jamming from exit 4 down through the Merge and through Long Wharf. 84 eastbound side, heavy volume delays as well through Danbury and again through Newtown. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Using advanced 3D CT scans for precise dental care, call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Matt Krause at WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
So, in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
News special report. A suspect is taken down after a shooting at the Temple Israel School and Synagogue in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan. More from CBS's Anna Schechter.
A vehicle was rammed into the synagogue and shots were fired. It appears that a shooter was shooting and a security guard who almost immediately neutralized the suspect.
Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard.
We're looking to see if there's more than one person. We're still trying to figure that out. We're trying to get access to the video. At the moment, we just tell people that shelter in place for at least a mile.
CBS's Scott McFarland reports.
Nobody inside the facility has been injured. Nobody inside the facility remains. They have evacuated it.
FBI personnel are on the scene with partners in Michigan, according to an online post by FBI Director Kash Patel. Michigan State Police say troopers are increasing patrols at other places of worship in the district. CBS News Special Report. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The family of a Bridgeport man found dead with no clothes on says they're heartbroken. Jamal Allen's family filed a missing persons report for him on February 13th. but only found out their son had been found dead by calling the office of the chief medical examiner in Farmington. The family tells News 12 Connecticut that the medical examiner said he was found in a house on Madison Avenue on February 12th, and the body was brought to the office with only shorts and socks. Alan's father, Mike Parks, says they have already held a funeral service, but he wants answers to the case. Bridgeport police say they cannot comment until a cause of death is issued. With the weather getting warmer, experts are already warning Connecticut residents about ticks. Despite record snowfall and cold temperatures this past season, Dr. Phil Armstrong from the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station says that the winter was unlikely to have any substantive effect on the amount of ticks you may encounter.
A cold winter really isn't going to kill all the mosquitoes and ticks. So a lot of the ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures. They lie in a dormant state, and when the weather warms up again, they'll be out in numbers again.
Residents are advised to take precautions when going on hikes or anytime they're in areas that contain woods or tall grass. Black bear sightings are on the rise in Connecticut. Connecticut State Director of the Humane World for Animals, Annie Hornish, is reminding residents to remove possible food sources from their yards to prevent bear attacks.
The more they continue to find that human source food, the more they start to look to our houses and our yards as places to find food. It sets up something that is called habituation. They get very comfortable around people, and then they get food conditioned. They start to associate people with a way to get food.
Officials from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection say as bears come out of hibernation, they are hungry and can act more aggressive. They say that the safest option if you see a bear is to slowly move away and to not approach the animal. In light of the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision establishing that presidents do not have the authority to use emergency powers to impose tariffs, Governor Ned Lamont, as well as the governors of 18 other states, sent a letter Wednesday to congressional leaders urging Congress to enact meaningful statutory restraints on presidential tariff power that allow for appropriate congressional review. The letter said, in part, quote, "The Supreme Court has spoken, and now it is Congress's turn to act. We urge you to seize this moment, work across party lines, and restore to the American people meaningful control over trade policy that affects their daily lives." Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal said Wednesday, after a briefing on Iran, that the public deserves to know much more than the Trump administration has told them. In an appearance on CNN, Blumenthal said that there was a possibility of more American troops being deployed on the ground.
The president himself has talked about using special operation forces to disperse or secure the enriched uranium. He's talked about regime change. It can't be done at 30,000 feet. It requires a presence in the country.
A malfunctioning router, not a cyber attack, is responsible for a 911 outage Wednesday in parts of southeastern Connecticut. Emergency calls in Ledyard, Stonington, Groton, and the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation were redirected to other departments during the outage, according to the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. All 911 service was restored by mid-afternoon. And there will be extra service on the New Haven line at Metro-North trains for the Big East tournament in New York City. UConn fans can ride from New Haven to Grand Central Station in Manhattan, take a shuttle to Penn Station, and head upstairs to Madison Square Garden. The Huskies play Xavier tonight at 7 p.m. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Either 95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, 95 southbound crawling through Long Wharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound volume delays too through Hamden, through the tunnel and through Woodbridge as well. 84 eastbound side jamming through Danbury going into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
the only place in Fairfield County for live, local talk. This is the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9, and Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, that's me. Yeah, he got my name right. 203-333-9422. Hey, coming up, our friend Holly Sullivan from the Connecticut Citizens Defense League to talk about Glock switches, whatever those are. That was a big part of the public hearing trifecta we had yesterday. We had a threefer yesterday. We had a three-legged stool of public hearings in Hartford on a gun bill, on a homeschooling bill, and on a vaccination bill. Before that, Bob in Trumbull. Bob, good afternoon. How are you?
Okay, Reverend Paul. Just sitting here watching the snow come down.
The snow? Is it snowing?
It's snowing.
No? Okay.
Yeah, it's snowing.
I haven't looked
But
out
anyway,
a window. Yeah.
I got 3 ideas for Trumbull Mall.
All right, go ahead.
One is sell it to Amazon and make it a big regional warehouse offices.
Hey, Bob, I wouldn't doubt they're already looking at it. I think you got a good idea there. Okay, number 2.
Okay, the second is turn it into one of these giant data centers.
All right.
And you can put one of those small nuclear plants out in the parking lot.
Because you need
even put up a smokestack and a pile of black
coal
rocks to make it look like a real power plant.
Now, the thing for those data centers, you're right, you need a bunch of power and you need a lot of water to cool those mainframes, too. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So you put that.
All right.
The third, which would work real well, is make it a regional ICE detention center.
Can you imagine?
Because then you're close enough to Bridgeport.
Now, come on.
You're close enough to New Haven.
Come on, Bob. Come on, Bob. No, I can't let that go. I can't let it go. See, I knew. See, Bob is very skillful because he'll give you 2 really good ideas. And you say, well, yeah, the Amazon. And Bob, to your point, I'm sure Amazon knows the facility. I'm sure they're saying, well, we could do a lot of our Fairfield and New Haven County stuff out of there. Amazon, I can see that. All right. Data center could be, but you need power and water. And of course, can you imagine if the feds came in with an offer of 4 times more than the estimate and the suspect has been taken to the ICE detention center in Trumbull.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Fairfield County, you're invited to come and enjoy the R.D. Cinto free community Shakespeare event series at R.D. Cinto in Shelton. Nights with Shakespeare features a dramatic weekly play reading of Macbeth with actor Leo Schaff. Nights with Shakespeare is free and open to the public. It's every Tuesday starting March 17th at 6:30 and continues through May 5th at the Cinto Auditorium at 3 Corporate Drive in Shelton. Learn more and attend. Go to nightswithshakespeare.com for more information.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-780-3599. 800-780-3599. 800-780-3599.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Good day, everyone. I'm Ron Insana on Wall Street. Another rough day as intensified bombings of oil tankers, worries about mining the Straits of Hormuz, and other aspects of the Iranian war weighed on Wall Street today, pushed oil prices higher around the world, and affected stock markets adversely across the globe as well. The Dow lost 739 points, better than 1.5% to 46,677. S&P down 1.5%. That was a 103-point decline. NASDAQ even more, down 1.75%. Or 404 points to 22,311 as crude oil futures shot up $8.77 above $96. Brent crude in London above $100 a barrel. Interest rates on the inflationary implications of higher energy prices up to 4.27%. The dollar firmed, and higher interest rates and a stronger dollar pushed gold down almost $90 and silver down $1.39 as we head into the end of the week with no resolution to the violence in the Middle East showing its hand just yet.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Either 95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, 95 southbound crawling through Longworth into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound volume delays too through Hamden, through the tunnel and through Woodbridge as well. 84 eastbound side jamming through Danbury going into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Tell Paul what he needs to know. Text 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
On Connecticut Today, the website ccdl.us, the Connecticut Citizens Defense League. They are the top pro-Second Amendment organization in the state. We've talked to folks from the CCDL for years here, and I have at all my previous talk stops here. There was a gun bill that was talked about yesterday, along with a homeschooling bill and a vaccination bill. And you may have heard the term and be a little flummoxed by it, especially if you're not a gun person. A lot of people are, a lot of people aren't. Glock switches, and you're like, what is that, like an indie band? Hey, I'm going to see Glock Switch tonight. No. Let's bring on our friend. We haven't had her here in a few years, actually, Holly Sullivan, who heads the CCDL. Holly, it's Paul again. Good afternoon. Great to have you back. How are you?
Hi, Paul. I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. How was it up at the Capitol yesterday? Before we get into the whole machinations of what this bill does and what they're saying could be modified and what can, what was the feeling up at the Capitol yesterday?
So it was a very busy day in the building, and it was interesting that they put so many conservative issues on one day. Got my thoughts on that. But I will say it was lovely to see the families and the kids. That's not something that we usually get to see on what's, quote, Gun Bill Day. But I think the vibes were different in our room than perhaps they were in some of the other rooms. I think there was a lot of I think there was frustration in both rooms. I think in Judiciary Committee, A lot of us have been in that room many, many times before, and it was a really constructive conversation. And I don't know, I feel like some of the folks that were there for some of the other bills were having more struggles. I'll say that. Not that our issue is ever easy, but I think we've got CCDL has been around for 17 years. We've got a long time rapport with the committee. So we kind of, it was moving right along.
And I'm glad you do, Holly, because look, you guys and gals who belong to CCDL, and I know a few of your members, you're serious about there. You're serious people, and you do a great job, I think, at trying to educate. Most people, Holly, just say, oh, it's a gun. Well, it's a firearm, and if there's 1,000 different makes of cars with options, a lot of guns are like that, too. Now, we have something here that I've had gun enthusiasts say, well, shouldn't really be an issue because there are already laws on the books against this, but let me let you get to that. We're hearing the term Glock switches, and we're hearing rhetoric about, well, this can turn a legal gun into a machine gun. So explain that in language, my audience can understand here.
Yeah, so essentially Glock is perhaps the most popular make of firearm that uses what's called a cruciform trigger bar. It's just the way the internal mechanisms work. There's other brands that use it as well, but Glock is the most popular. And Glock is also one of the most popular pistols out in the market across the country. So obviously they're going to be the biggest target because they're the biggest market. So essentially individuals starting way back in the 1980s manufactured a little add-on device to it that would make it fire automatically, meaning repeating fire. It's not how Glock intended it to be used. It is not the desire of the company that it be used that way. There's nothing nefarious behind it. What it is nefarious people that come up with aftermarket devices that are already illegal to use, right? So they are already banned. They can't become more illegal. They are already illegal. And it's not for a lack of effort. And I think that's one of the frustrating things is that the anti-Second Amendment lobby was really coming down on the manufacturer that this was their fault. And the manufacturers have tried numerous times to redesign their firearms. And, especially in the age of 3D printing and people having access to technology that they didn't have years before, bad people do bad things, right? And they continue to work around the different efforts by the manufacturers to overcome this issue. But the reality is, they're trying to, instead of dealing with the issue of criminals committing criminal activity, they want to just ban all the guns that this could possibly be used on, which is absurd because these are some of the most popular firearms in America. It's the most illogical thing that I have heard come out of Hartford in quite a while, and that's saying a lot.
Yeah, and Holly Sullivan is the guest from the Connecticut Citizens Defense League, CCDL. Holly, you're right. I mean, okay, 10, 15, 20 years ago, you could have nefarious people machining something or slipping somebody in cash saying, hey, cut this way, put a pinhole here, I'll give you $100. Nobody said anything. But as you said now, Holly, with 3D printing, with stuff available to the nefarious person in his or her basement, trying to stay ahead of this is virtually impossible. And what is the push here now? Are they trying to say in these bills, well, Glock knows this, so if they wanted to, they could go ahead and design it so this could never happen? But I think that's naive, isn't it?
I totally agree. I think it's completely naive. I think with enough ingenuity, I think you could probably make most firearms do things it's not intended to do. You can make cars do things they're not intended to do. You can make baseball bats do things they're not intended to do. To simply ban one of the most popular firearms in the country is unconstitutional, right? And we, that's a long time debate that's been going on in the rifle arena, and I think it's, unfortunately not a good solution here. Yeah, but absolutely. Instead of saying, we're going to crack down on the criminals that get arrested with this. In fact, a question that was asked, Representative Greg Howard, asked numerous times, what is the conviction rate of people that have been found with these? Crickets. They have no idea.
Really?
Are the people being prosecuted to the extent of the law? Nobody seems to know. But instead of dealing with that issue and coming in armed with those statistics and saying, here's where the problem is, they're saying, well, just ban all the guns that could possibly take this, which, perhaps one of the silliest comments that I heard up there was, this isn't a ban on the gun, it's a prohibition on the sales. It's the same thing. My goodness, we're not stupid.
It's not a ban on the gun. Oh, man, Holly, before we let you go, okay, now we know this happened yesterday. It is an election year. And you folks are very powerful, very influential. And, Holly, this is a situation where even people who may be in the governor's party, I'm sure you know there are thousands of progressive and Democratic gun owners in the state, many of them looking at guns, as a lot of people do with other issues, as their ultimate, expression of freedom. Hey, I'm not a Republican, but I'm a proud gun owner. So, you got me on that way. So, is this just a flex, Holly, do you think, from a political point of view, or are you hearing rumblings this could actually pass?
It could absolutely, realistically pass. I am hoping that after our logical conversation about what this does to the actual residents of Connecticut, that we see some amendments in the language. But I think people should be aware that they should make no mistake. The end goal of the anti-Second Amendment lobby is gun control. They may come in and say that it's under the guise of gun safety, but we've been doing this a long time, and it is ultimately gun control at the end of the day and getting as many guns out of the market as they possibly can. And there are a lot of Democrats that do carry for self-defense. In our state, as you've been seeing, there are incidents that they need to.
Yeah.
Everyone has the right of self-defense. And there is a massive, well-funded movement to make it harder and harder to obtain a firearm.
All right, folks, get this information and more of the legislative angles, ccdl.us. That's ccdl.us, the Connecticut Citizens Defense League. Holly Sullivan. Hey, Holly, good to talk with you. We'll talk in a few weeks. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Paul.
Appreciate it. All right, so there you go. So, yeah, I mean, there's the operative question. You want to ban the gun, but what did Holly say? Nobody knew. Now, folks, do you understand this? Nobody knew what the conviction and incarceration rate was by people who were charged with having this illegally machined Glock switch. And it's about the size, they say, of a small Lego block. That's it. You're not supposed to do that. That is already illegal. Well, we're not going to allow Chevrolet or Ford to sell this model of car. Well, why not? Well, people could kill people if they hit them with it. Yeah, but you're supposing instead of leaning on the drunk drivers or the DUI drivers or the people that drive high or snort coke off the dashboard, you're leaning on the people that just like the car because they like the car. Folks, it's crazy. And come on. If they block these Glocks from being sold in the state, you don't think another manufacturer is going to swoop in here? My God. Holly, thank you, and she's right. Can we concentrate on the criminal? How many times have we heard from the pro-Second Amendment people here and even some legislators that I tend to have here on the show on the right side of the aisle saying, take a look at how many gun crimes in Connecticut are pleaded down. Well, why are you pleading them down? Well, if these all went to trial, I have an idea. Build another courthouse. How's that? Set up another circuit court in Connecticut or an appellate court. Set up that. Well, we don't have the jail space. We got lots of room in Connecticut. Lots of room. Lots of room. Here's my policy if I run. Pacelli for whatever office. Build more jails. Let's do that.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Either 95 or the Parkway northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport. New Haven, 95 southbound crawling through Longworth into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound volume delays too through Hamden, through the tunnel and through Woodbridge as well. 84 eastbound side jamming through Danbury going into the Super 7. Traffic report is powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And again, I'm all for gun safety. We all want gun safety, but come on. You're going to outlaw a certain type of gun because you think the company sells it because it's easily illegally modified? Come on. And then what? All of a sudden, you see, sometimes these people at the Capitol, they're not serious. These are not serious people because they say, well, we'll just pass another law. Oh, really? And how many gangbangers in Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven said, hey, look at this. They passed a Glock switch law in Hartford. Oh, man, come on. Give me all your Glock switches. I'm going to go turn them into the state police barracks. It's nuts. It's nuts. You're supposed to pass laws that crack down on the criminals, not the law-abiding people that use a drug, that use an automobile, that use a gun, that do certain things with their doctors, okay? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And you tell me, and then what happens if somebody else nefarious is able to alter another piece of some other gun on the market? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? We're going to ban that gun too? God forbid we come down on the crook.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. A vehicle ramming incident at the Temple Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan is under investigation. The suspect was engaged by security guards and is dead. An injured security guard was taken to a hospital. President Trump says he has been fully briefed, and he and the First Lady send their love to the Jewish community.
It's a terrible thing, but it goes on. We're going to be right down to the bottom of it. It's absolutely incredible that things like this happen.
Two law enforcement sources tell CBS News the suspect's body is badly burned, complicating identification, and there were mortar-type explosives in the vehicle. CBS News Detroit's Lauren Winfrey is at the scene.
We're seeing families reunited with their children. In fact, some of them even being escorted by police. We just saw that happen just a bit ago. So a lot of police presence out here, a lot of emergency vehicles. Nothing active happening right now.
CBS's Scott McFarland reports.
The broader concern comes from FBI bulletins we've been reading over the last few weeks and months. They have been issuing warnings from the FBI and Department of Homeland Security about extra potential targeting of Jewish institutions across America.
The suspect in a shooting today at Old Dominion University in Virginia is an ex-Army National Guard. member with a past terror conviction. CBS's Cammie McCormick reports.
One person was killed and 2 others hurt in the shooting. The gunman is also dead. He's been identified by law enforcement as Mohammed Baylor Jallo, a former Virginia National Guardsman. He pleaded guilty in 2016 to attempting to provide ISIS with material support. He was sentenced to 11 years in prison and released in December of 24. He reportedly became radicalized while still in the Guard, listening to lectures by the former leader of al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula.
Iran's secretive top leader vows to keep up attacks in his first statement since being appointed. As CBS's Charlie D'Agata in Tel Aviv reports.
They've shown with their reach that they can go after areas like off the coast of Iraq, going after Bahrain, going after Oman. This is where the Iranians have shown that they have got that reach. They'll continue to fire with those drones, despite what President Trump and the U.S. military is trying to do to stop those launches.
The Artemis II moon mission launch was postponed after fuel leaks and other issues forced NASA to roll the spacecraft off the launch pad for repairs. Today, some good news for NASA. The rocket is expected to be rolled out to the launch pad next week. NASA's Dr. Lori Glaze.
Pending completion of the work in the VAB and at the pad, we are on track for a launch as early as April 1st.
This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 442 unlocked. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Have you heard that Milford, Connecticut was recently voted the 3rd best place to retire in the United States? Come see for yourself and visit Forest Hills Milford, offering newly constructed rental units in an active 55-plus community. Assigned garage parking with direct access to your building's elevator, storage units, and a state-of-the-art fitness center included free with your monthly rent. No additional cost for the things that make life easy. Visit ForestHillsMilford.com for more information or to schedule a tour. Forest Hills Milford, bringing ease and comfort to your everyday life.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The family of a Bridgeport man found dead with no clothes on says they're heartbroken. Jamal Allen's family filed a missing persons report for him on February 13th, but only found out their son had been found dead by calling the office of the chief medical examiner in Farmington. The family tells News 12 Connecticut that the medical examiner said he was found in a house on Madison Avenue on February 12th, and the body was brought to the office with only shorts and socks. Allen's father, Mike Parks, says they have already held a funeral service, but he wants answers to the case. Bridgeport police say they cannot comment until a cause of death is issued. And in light of the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision establishing that presidents do not have authority to use emergency powers to impose tariffs, Governor Ned Lamont, as well as the governors of 18 other states, sent a letter Wednesday to congressional leaders urging Congress to enact meaningful statutory restraints on presidential tariff power that allow for appropriate congressional review. The letter said, in part, quote, "The Supreme Court has spoken, and now it is Congress's turn to act. We urge you to seize this moment, work across party lines, and restore to the American people meaningful control over trade policy that affects their daily lives." I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound Greenwich accident reported between Round Hill Road and King Street. On the Upper Meriden, accident reported near exit 29 and 30. On 95 North, hour and 20, Greenwich to Bridgeport. Wilbur Cross southbound, an accident reported exit 41. And in New Haven, 95 South, crawling through Longworth into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Busy day here on Connecticut Today for this Thursday. What are we at? We're at March 12th already. By the way, did you hear that in the news? Yeah. Artemis 2, they think they fixed it now. I'm such a space race guy. Oh, my God. Child of Gemini, child of Mercury, and we'll see what happens. So now they're saying maybe April 1, that could be the launch date for a crew of 4 to get back to the moon. This one would not land on the moon. This one would circle. This would be a redux of Apollo 8 with Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, and Bill Anders. And a lot of people are saying, well, geez, why are we going to the moon again? One word, and I saw some interesting reports on it the other day. One word. You know why we're going back to the moon? It's one word. China. The Chinese have set a goal to put a man on the moon or a Chinese astronaut on the moon, could be a woman, who knows, by 2030. So what you're seeing now, what you're hearing now, the redux of this is the U.S. versus Russia all over again. This is the U.S. versus Russia all throughout the late and early and mid-60s to 1969. And now it's the U.S. versus China. Because, again, think about it, for all the great space accomplishment, and the Russians have a marvelous space program. They do. China's pretty good, too. India's but nobody's ever landed people on the moon except us. Yes, we went to the moon. Don't give me the hoax thing, please. Well, you know, you can't fly through the Van Allen belt. Yes, you can. Well, there's no stars in the picture. No, the stars are there. You just can't see them. Well, you know, a man could have never crawled up that ladder. It's only 1/6 gravity. I'm sorry, I just have to. Well, anyway, that was some cool news we heard at the top of the hour there. Coming up, we'll talk to our buddy, our pal, former Republican State Senate leader, John McKinney. He is coming up. Busy day right here. By the way, if you missed anything on the show today that we may have been knee-deep in while you were at work or at school, always go to the Connecticut Today podcast. You can check that out. Chris posts it after I give him the info at about 5:45 or 6 o'clock. It goes up there. You'll hear from John McKinney, Chris Caruso, Holly Sullivan from the CCDL. She explains what this whole Glock switch is. And earlier in the day, some analysis by our buddy Ken Gray, retired senior FBI agent, senior criminal justice lecturer at the University of New Haven. And thank God, this gunman here, this sicko, this crackpot, well, how do you know he's nuts, Paul? He's nuts. Drives a vehicle full with mortars into a synagogue, nothing blows up, and an armed security guard takes this skunk out. So we'll get an update on that coming up bottom of the hour. John McKinney straight ahead. Harding in Norwalk starts off the hour. Harding, how are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. Like listening to your broadcast.
Thank you.
The thing about the buying the Glocks and the Glock style, I sent testimony in. The Supreme Court has already ruled that you cannot make illegal or ban an entire class of firearms.
Yes, they have.
Specifically by name.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is, it's called the Supremacy Clause.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is, earlier today, Governor Lamont was talking about, when it comes to Trump and his tariffs, oh, the Supreme Court has spoken, and so you've got to follow them. And what's he want to do? Go right in the face of the Supreme Court. So he's a hypocrite off the top. But it's the Glock system allows people like myself who want to change things in them.
Modify them, yeah.
So.
Yeah, legally. Do it legally.
Legally.
Yes.
And the idea then that I have to serialize every part.
I know.
And can't put a barrel from one and another because I'm in a competition.
Yep.
And 1 week it's 3.5-inch barrels, and the next week it's 6. What are you talking about?
You know, Harding, I did read, Harding, and thank you so much for the call. I appreciate it. I did read that, and what Harding is talking about, there's another part of this bill, or maybe a separate bill, that, get this, would on a specific gun, you know, the guns all have a federal serial number on them, you would have to take and put that serial number on every single part, the barrel, the grip, the clip, the whatever modifications are available for that Glock. So that individual part would be considered a gun. It is just... And Harding, what I did hear and read is they may be getting rid of that part of the bill if they get a trade-off with others. Yes, because I know every criminal in New Haven and Hartford and Bridgeport and Danbury and Waterbury, everybody who does stuff with a gun is going to be worried about, oh, wait, they passed a new gun law in Hartford.
When we say you can listen to the voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut, and it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliafson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliafson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliafson and Tenor, for peace of mind. 203-336-2566.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
St. Patty's Day's here, so come and see. Total Wine and More's the place to be. Whiskey Smooth or Guinness Tall, we've got the best, come grab it all. An Irish coffee, bold and sweet, or something new, a tasty treat. Not sure yet? Don't fret or fear, our friendly guides will bring good cheer. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound Greenwich accident reported between Round Hill Road and King Street. On the Upper Meriton, accident reported near exit 29 and 30. On 95 north, hour and 20, Greenwich to Bridgeport. Wilbur Cross southbound, an accident reported exit 41. And in New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Long Wharf into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
We're celebrating 100 years as the voice for Fairfield County. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we'll clean this whole thing up. We'll mop it up with open phones, and you can contact us with that a little bit later on after the news at the bottom of this here hour. Another CBS News special report on what turned out to be a great response by security and police in Michigan. One man dead after ramming an explosive-laden vehicle into a synagogue-school combination, and that gunman, the alleged gunman, put down by security there. So we'll get an update on that. All right, this gentleman, you see him as one of the panelists every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. on the Capitol Report on News 8. John McKinney joins us. John, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well, Paul.
John, you were observing yesterday. I'm sure keeping an eye on what went on to the Capitol. Boy, big day, big bills, John. 3 big bills. One on vaccines, one on homeschooling, one on guns. I'm sure you had days like that at the Capitol. What do you think? And a lot of emotion, John, on this homeschooling bill. Let's start with that. And a lot of people don't realize, John, how few, and I was shocked when I looked into this, how few regulations Connecticut actually has on homeschooling.
Well, we do, but the homeschooling issue's always been an emotional one.
Yeah.
And I think the frustration in this bill is that not only do they require families who choose to homeschool, they also require families who choose to send their kids to private school to every year put their name in, which is going to go get checked by the Department of Children and Families and get somehow approval to do what they believe is best for their child. The other part about the bill, Paul, which is scaring a lot of homeschool parents, is that they have to provide, according to what the state will deem is an equivalent instruction to children's in schools. And so you're seeing a lot of homeschool parents who are really upset about that. And obviously, Paul, this is a reaction to a horrible death and murder of a young woman, Mimi Garcia-Torres, from New Britain. And I think it's an overreaction. That was not because the child was homeschooled. That was because the people who killed her were evil. And I don't think there was anything that could have stopped that, not even DCF, which does a wonderful job, an impossible task. They're never going to bat 1,000. So
yeah,
I think it's too much of an overreach here on the homeschool regulations. I personally would not be supporting this bill.
Yeah, and John, I read the early draft of the bill, the PDF, and by about page 3, my head started to hurt, but I stopped. But I did get far enough where it did get to that equivalent education part. And there was some, you probably read it, it was some innocuous language about mathematics, history, civics, whatever. And I just, maybe, John, I'm jaded because I've done this 40 years now. I said to my listeners, you can get mad about the registration thing with DCF, but what I said, and I think you just touched on, be careful about what they mandate for education because, John, as you say, part of the reason people homeschool is they just don't feel comfortable here in Connecticut or other states with being forced to have their children subjected to stuff that, all right, we may need to know about as functioning adults, but can we just let kids be kids?
I think that's part of it, but, and I have good friends who homeschooled their kids up until high school. They ended up going to private religious high schools, and they ended up going to Ivy League colleges. I didn't have the ability to homeschool my kids. I think it's an enormous task, and I really have a lot of respect for the parents who do it, and they are educating their children.
Yeah, absolutely. John McKinney is the guest from the Capitol Report on WTNH News 8 every Sunday morning at 10. John, your thoughts on the governor's race here? I think since last we spoke, there was that University of New Hampshire poll, which granted was not likely voters. It was registered voters, but I read through all the crosstabs, and it's got the governor suddenly, for what it's worth, John, I know it's kind of early, at 49% here. And is that significant to you? Do you think his camp is looking at that? Are they trying to make a push to maybe appease more progressive voters here? What'd you make of that poll?
I don't make much of polls this time of year, to be honest with you. Right. Dan Malloy, I tried to run against Dan Malloy in 2014. Yeah. He was polling well under 50% approval ratings and still won his reelection. So I think it's way too early. The governor might be looking at pushing some more progressive policies because he might be facing a primary from a progressive in his party. But I think in terms of overall polls, we're not going to really know anything until September.
Finally, John, on that, and I've talked about this a lot. The goal, if you're Josh Elliott, you just want to get to a primary, just get out there and maybe pull a Zoran Mamdani, although I don't think you could do that. But, John, stranger things have happened. Do you think that Mr. Elliott has a shot to get a qualification for a primary here?
I think he may get 15% from Democrats I'm talking to. I don't know that he's going to qualify for the public financing. Okay. And even if he does, because right now he's far off what he needs to do to get the qualification numbers. He needs about 350,000. He says he's at 150. Even if he does, I don't believe he's got a shot. Okay. I looked at those poll numbers similar to when I ran a primary against Tom Foley. I started out 40 to 50 points behind. It's an impossible task to make that up, and I don't think he'll do it.
But finally, you do think from what you've heard from Democrats, you think there's a shot that he could get to that 15% level?
I think there is. I think there might be enough of a protest vote from the far left progressives. But you never know. At a convention, those 15% might say, you know what, I made my protest, but at the end of the day, I don't want to have the primary because I know Governor Lamont's going to win, and I don't want to weaken him against the Republican candidate.
Interesting. John, thanks. John McKinney. Check him out this and every Sunday, 10 a.m. on News 8 with our buddy Tom Dudzik and the Capitol Report. John, good stuff as usual, and we'll talk to you next week.
Stop reading those bills for me, okay? Don't do that.
Why? John, I'm a single white guy at home in suburbia. What else am I going to do?
Well, you can spend your time turning the Trumbull Mall into a new courthouse and detention center. How about that?
Is that the official John McKinney pitch for this? Really?
No.
John,
no.
I got to tell you something. I have people sending me personal texts. There's just stuff I can't say. It's fall over funny about what to do with the mall, but let's just leave it at that, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it. What are you saying? A new detention center and courthouse. How about that? Yeah, folks, I've gotten some stuff on my phone here by some of my contacts. Some of it's laugh out loud funny. And no, it's not degrading or anything. It's just, yeah, that's funny. Let's just say it incorporates some political themes and personalities in the state. Can I say that? All right. Let's do this. We'll get down to news and then wrap it up on the other side. Traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway southbound Greenwich accident reported between Round Hill Road and King Street. On the Upper Meridian, accident reported near exit 29 and 30. On 95 north, hour and 20, Greenwich to Bridgeport. Wilbur Cross southbound, an accident reported exit 41. And in New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Longworth into West Haven. Traffic reports powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. The knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause at WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Proper outdoor lighting provides safety and security. Call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting for your home or business's outdoor lighting. PPC alarms can replace almost any exterior light with state-of-the-art camera floodlights. PPC Alarms camera floodlights provide safety and security detecting objects, such as people, animals, or vehicles. Camera floodlights are highly effective and a simple safety addition to any home or business. Go to ppcalarms.com to book a free consultation. ppcalarms.com.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
News brief. The suspect in a West Bloomfield Township, Michigan synagogue vehicle ramming is dead. Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard.
At least one individual came to the temple. Security saw him, engaged him in gunfire.
Two law enforcement sources tell CBS News there were mortar-type explosives in the vehicle, and the suspect's body is badly burned, complicating identification. The FBI says this morning's shooting at Old Dominion University in Virginia is being investigated as an act of terrorism. One of the 3 people shot has died. The gunman is also dead. It sent those in the building running.
My heart dropped. I didn't really know what was going on. I just know I had to leave immediately. I didn't know really what was going on or how close, the threat was.
Iran's leader releases a statement saying Iran will avenge the deaths of its martyrs. CBS's Matt Gutman.
Iran has been preparing for this moment for decades, and they have a strategy, and that strategy is to disrupt, delay, and deplete.
CBS News Brief. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The state legislature is considering bills on homeschooling, vaccines, and gun control. Republican House Minority Leader Vin Candelora says public hearings on all 3 bills were heard on Wednesday, attracting hundreds of people to the legislature.
Today, we're starting out a very busy day in the Capitol, addressing 3 significant bills that impacts constitutional rights for residents in the state of Connecticut.
Lawmakers are calling it, quote, Wicked Wednesday. Both Republicans and Democrats said they could not recall any time when 3 public committee hearings were held on issues of such magnitude on the same day. Republican Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding placed the blame on state Democrats, accusing them of shutting down public debate through another rushed process.
The Democrats in this building should be disgusted with themselves. The way they've treated the public is so beyond the pale that any Democrat, any legislator that works in this process that is conducive to what is going on, to shutting up the voices of thousands of people here today, should be voted out of office, period.
No votes were taken by the committees, but all 3 bills are facing deadlines of less than 3 weeks to pass in one of the shortest legislative sessions in recent years. A bill to ban the practice of female genital mutilation is moving through the legislature's Judiciary Committee. Simonesh Kamalo, a survivor of female genital mutilation, appeared before lawmakers in support of the bill for the 3rd year in a row last week. She says it's, quote, heartbreaking to know that there is still no clear law in place here in our state addressing this. Lawmakers have indicated bipartisan support, but the bill has yet to appear in either chamber of the legislature. Last year, a bill criminalizing the practice was voted through the Senate, but never voted on in the House. A malfunctioning router, not a cyber attack, is responsible for a 911 outage Wednesday in parts of southeastern Connecticut. Emergency calls in Ledyard, Stonington, Groton, and the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation were redirected to other departments during the outage, according to the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. All 911 service was restored by mid-afternoon. Connecticut Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal said Wednesday after a briefing on Iran that the public deserves to know much more than the Trump administration has told them. In an appearance on CNN, Blumenthal said that there was a possibility of more American troops being deployed on the ground.
The president himself has talked about using special operation forces to disperse or secure the enriched uranium. He's talked about regime change. It can't be done at 30,000 feet. It requires a presence in the country.
With the weather getting warmer, experts are already warning Connecticut residents about ticks. Despite record snowfall and cold temperatures this past season, Dr. Phil Armstrong from the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station says that the winter was unlikely to have any substantive effect on the amount of ticks you may encounter.
A cold winter really isn't going to kill all the mosquitoes and ticks. So a lot of the ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures. They lie in a dormant state, and when the weather warms up again, they'll be out in numbers again.
Residents are advised to take precautions when going on hikes or anytime they're in areas that contain woods or tall grass. Black bear sightings are on the rise in Connecticut. Connecticut State Director of the Humane World for Animals, Annie Hornish, is reminding residents to remove possible food sources from their yards to prevent bear attacks.
The more they continue to find that human source food, the more they start to look to our houses and our yards as places to find food. It sets up something that is called habituation. They get very comfortable around people, and then they get food conditioned. They start to associate people with a way to get food.
Officials from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection say as bears come out of hibernation, they are hungry and can act more aggressive. They say that the safest option if you see a bear is to slowly move away and to not approach the animal. And there's extra service on the New Haven line of Metro-North trains for the Big East tournament in New York City. UConn fans can ride from New Haven to Grand Central Station in Manhattan, take a shuttle to Penn Station, and head upstairs to Madison Square Garden. The Huskies play Xavier tonight at 7 p.m. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound Greenwich accident reported between Round Hill Road and King Street. On the Upper Meridian, accident reported near exit 29 and 30. On 95 north, hour and 20, Greenwich to Bridgeport. Wilbur Cross southbound, an accident reported exit 41. And in New Haven, 95 south, crawling through Longworth into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by MJ Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit MJ Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold needs. For more information, visit mjthomas.com. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Here come the Bears. No, not the Chicago Bears, not the University of Maine Black Bears, not the Boston Bruins, Melissa's beloved Bruins, because those are Bears too. The Bears are waking up and they're hungry. Yes. No bird feeders. Do you understand? We've had that story all day. Oh, here we go again with the Bears. And again, here's what we do in the state of Connecticut. We do everything but take on the problem. Again, it's like our electric bills. Well, you know, we have high electric bills again. Yeah, we do. Well, what should we do about it? How about a multi-year strategy? Can't do that. No, why not? Can't do that with the bear. Here we go again. What are we hearing again and again and again and again and again? Don't feed the bears. Seal your garbage cans. Clean your grills. And guess it, you watch what happens when this happens. We're going to get everybody posting stuff. Oh, look, there was the bear in my backyard. It was so wonderful. We got near nature. Sweetheart, there aren't supposed to be bears in your backyard. Do you understand that they are forensically changing every year? Sooner than later, they will start mauling people. And why are they going to maul people? Because there are too many of them. And why are there too many of them? Because we don't have a bear hunt. We don't do what other what other states with a brain do. How many years are we going to have to hear? And I know there are going to be those of you who are mad at me. I got an email once. Somebody said, hey, maybe you should be killed, whatever. It comes with the territory, I guess. But here we are again. You have other states that, you cull the herd a little bit. You don't carpet bomb. You're not nuking every bear in every state. But, The bears procreate. They like to make little cubs. 20 years ago, there were only 200 bear in the state. Now there's about 12 to 1,300. When is it going to end? It is not safe to have the number of bears in the state that we have right now. You should not see bears among populated people. Is that redundant? Populated people. Peoples populated. Populated peoples. You know what I mean? Bears used to be afraid of humans because they feared us. Now they say, hey, wait a minute. They're not carrying those long, what are those called? Shotguns? No, they're not carrying those anymore. Oh, why not? Because people get scared of the environmentalists in the state. That's right. And again, I'm not looking to carpet bomb bears out of existence. But you tell me, how many more years are we going to keep telling people? Now, you watch. It started. We had the story today. Every year, clean your grills. Okay. Every year, tie up your garbage. Okay. Every year, don't put bird feeders out there. Okay. And what do people do? They don't clean their grills. They don't tie up their garbage well enough. And they put bird feeders out there because, of course, the birds wouldn't be able to eat without cheap crap you buy at a bird feeder store. It's mind-numbing. The birds can find food. Here's my favorite line of the story that was given to us, and Chris had it on the news. Officials from DEEP, the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, say as bears come out of hibernation, they're hungry and can get more aggressive. Yes, that's known as hangry in humankind. Here's my favorite that they sent to us. It was the news. Here's my favorite line. You ready for this? This is a deep combination of scientific research and journalism. Officials say the safest option if you see a bear is to slowly move away and not to approach the animal. Really? You don't think I should approach a bear? You're kidding me. You mean that thing that's about 7 feet tall that hasn't eaten since last whenever? I shouldn't approach it? Well, I'm shocked. Move slowly away. Yeah, slowly. Okay, yeah. As I reload, full clip. Oh, man. All right, we'll talk to him. I'm sorry I have to be this way, but we're not solving the problem. You see what I'm saying here? People will still not clean their grills. People will still not secure their garbage. People will still not lock their doors, and bears are smart enough to open locks now on doors. And people will still they'll put out the bird feeders. Because Lord knows, if you don't put out a bird feeder, it'll never eat. It'll never find worms. It'll never find seeds. My God, how do those birds ever hang out? All right, we're coming back right after this on WICC.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Get a new energy-efficient heating system now from Hoffman Energy. With great financing options, $0 down, and low monthly payments. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 now.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound accident remains between exit 3 and King Street. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. And in New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound, an accident reported in Danbury near exit 3. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
And you think you've got opinions. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Before we go to the phones here, if you want to sneak in, got a couple lines open here. Not only the Bears reappearing, but you know who else is reappearing? And let me understand what I'm saying here. Two other categories of idiots out there. Am I venting here? Yes, I am. Allow me to, because they pay me to. The idiot people who jog and the idiot people who ride bicycles. Now, before you start yelling at me, no. Not everybody who rides a bicycle is an idiot. There are millions of responsible bicycle riders. Not everybody who jogs on the roads is an idiot. There are millions and millions of people who jog on the streets. I don't jog. I take a nice brisk walk. But two of these brands of people I passed already, and I don't think it certainly hasn't hit 80. Did we hit 70 the other day? I don't know. Can I ask this at least rhetorically? Because I do this at least 2 or 3 times a year. I do. Today I'm leaving my condo, pulling out onto Route 150 in Wallingford. Okay. Now, if you know that stretch where I live, there's no shoulder. There's literally no shoulder. There, for some reason, I guess because of a state law, they put a line in on the side of the road that's supposed to be a shoulder. It's barely a 2 or 3 inch line. Having said that, there's a guy jogging toward me. Even if I move over a little to give him more room, there's maybe a foot between him and I as we pass each other. Pal, you're an idiot. Why to explain? You runners out there, seriously, if a runner wants to contact me right now, please explain what is the mentality of running on a road where there's no shoulder? Well, you've got to watch the runners, Paul. I do. But let me ask you something. And I was doing about 20 miles an hour passing this guy. What if this guy had tripped? And he fell, and I was right on top of him, and his head ends up under my right tire. It's a mess, number one. But number two, whose fault is that? Honestly, I'm dead serious. I understand bicycles are afforded, for example, the same rules of the road. I get that. But running, even a brisk walk or jogging or bicycling, it just because you can do it, it doesn't mean you should. Why would explain this to me, please? If you're an avid runner or a cyclist, a bicyclist, why would you run, bicycle, jog, even walk on a road with traffic? Where if you slip and trip, you step on a twig, you're not paying attention, you're picking a new song on your phone, whatever, you trip, you fall over, you're 4 feet in the lane, and I hit you. And I've got to respect. Now, I will respect you. I'll give you as much room as possible. How about you respect me? And if you're going to jog or run at some brisk pace or walk or ride your bicycle, put some of the onus on yourself. Well, you've got to share the road with bicyclists. Yes, and I like sharing the road with bicyclists who have a brain and who say, listen, man, if for something happens and I lose control of my bike and I fall into the lane, I'm dead. Why would you ride your bike there? Well, because I want to. That's not what I asked you. Are you married? Do you have a husband home or a wife or a domestic partner? Do you have kids? We know you look great in your new fluorescent running kicks. Go run somewhere else. Go ride the bike somewhere else. Ride where if you fall over, nobody, including me, is going to kill you. Thank you. Jack in Stanford's here. Jack, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah.
You got to make it look like a bear got him.
I put some claw marks.
Something. I need a bear rug. We should go up to those Indian museums upstate. They might have them there.
Hey! Now you can't say Indian, Native American. Now, come on.
Hey, those days are over. We're in a different administration now. I can say that word.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, where are those bears coming from? Indiana? Got the new Indiana Bears?
Could be. I don't know. I mean, is it just a bargaining chip, or they might do it? It's only 18 miles, by the way. It's up one road. It's 18 miles. That's it. That's
it's kind of like crossing the Hudson or
yeah,
something.
to go
like
to see
that.
the
They
Jets
would
or
probably-
Giants. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll do it because I think Washington State is voting to put in the millionaires tax today.
Yes, I saw
like
that.
So.
Yes.
Yeah. Keep it up, fellas. Keep it up.
That's it. What's that old thing, Jack? What's that old thing? Capital goes where it's treated best, right? Is that what I've heard? Yeah.
And so they'll just go down and they're saying, "Oh, look at how it's happening here." All these people just living part-time in the high-tax states like that. They'll all be living in Texaco or something, Texas or Texas or Nevada or something
Texaco.
like that.
I like the Texaco you gave me there. Yeah.
Don't forget, as I said, Governor Rell died in Florida.
Yeah.
And she had all the opportunity to fix the taxes here, and she didn't. Just sat tight and said, "Hey, I'm moving to Florida, fellas. see you at the beach."
Yeah.
So that's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you got. And hey, you now I know you're a little bit of a wagerer, Jack. Did you see what's happening here? Governor Lamont wants to regulate these prediction markets. Have you seen that? Kalshi and the other big Yeah.
Which is just a fancy word for saying he wants to tax it.
Well, yeah, although I find this, I like the fact that you can play the regular books against, the touts, or you can do these futures things and, maybe somebody knows something. That's why you know where the money's going, right?
It's enough for me to figure out is UConn going to win tonight, let alone all this other nonsense.
Yeah. All right, Jack, be good, buddy. Appreciate it. Jack in Stanford. Yeah, did you see that? In fact, now Mr. Blumenthal wants regulations here. And we've talked about this before. In fact, John Kamal on the morning show with Melissa, he did a great package on this the other day. So what they call the prediction markets. And there's I think they went from one big site to 10 so far. And the two, just the way DraftKings and FanDuel are the two big betting sites too. Now you can check out, and I haven't placed a legal bet. I've still never placed a legal bet. Haven't bought any weed. Haven't hired but the two big legal prediction markets are called Poly Market, POLYMARKET, Poly Market, and Kalshi. And they take bets on sports. They take bets on world events. They take bets on politics. But the thing is, and this is why, this is going to be fascinating. This is probably going to go to the Supreme Court. Because I know the Native American tribes in the state, they're not happy either because they think it cuts into their cut. So when you place a bet on the prediction markets, technically you're not betting against an odds maker. You're betting against the other players. I think I explained it this way. You walk by a restaurant, you see 10 people having a nice big dinner, and you ask them a question. Will the Democrats take over the House in 2028? And you see 7 hands go up and say yes, and 3 hands go up and say no. It doesn't matter whether they're Democrats or Republicans. You say, well, wait a minute. 70% of the people who were asked this question are going for the Democrats. And they've actually put some money on it. So I'm going to buy, quote unquote, a futures contract with doing that because, again, you're not going against an odds maker. You're going against what people think. So in a regular MGM or DraftKings or Bet Rivers or FanDuel, you say to yourself, well, who knows more, me or the odds makers or odds makers that are employed by these draft sites, these betting sites. So and you'll hear about this more in the comment, with the prediction sites, you're asking yourselves, well, wait a minute, who do I believe more? The people en masse that say this, or the people in Massa say no. Now, I think Mr. Blumenthal has introduced a bill that would prevent anybody either enlisted in the U.S. military or with some sort of a military or some sort of a policy rank from doing this, because the thinking is, and I guess somebody did this, they waited, and you can look this up, and we'll finish up with this because it's a funny story. Somebody went on Polymarket or Kalshi, and there was a question there. U.S. military activity in or against Venezuela before a certain date. And the rumbling is that somebody in the Pentagon knew when this was going down, and they put X amount of money on it happening after a certain date, which it did. And people are saying, well, that's illegal. And other people are saying, well, no, it's not, because that is how the prediction markets are supposed to work.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound accident remains between exit 3 and King Street. 95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich through Fairfield. And in New Haven, 95 south, you're on the brakes through Long Wharf into West Haven. 84 eastbound, an accident reported in Danbury near exit 3. Traffic report is powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Showers may end as wet snow this evening, clearing after midnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Friday with a high in the low 40s. Saturday sunny with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
You know, I hate to, well, no, I won't leave you with this because it's going to make me angry. It's going to make you angry. I promise we'll get into this on Monday. It's about something that happened in New York, and it's a reason why you can think you dance on the graves all you want of the Republican Party, but my friends on the Democratic side of the aisle, you had better be able to figure out cogent, logical, well-reasoned, acceptable answers to questions about crime, the border, and immigration during the 2028 campaign. Because something just happened in New York, and this is the kind of thing where if you're a Democrat and you don't address this firmly, people are going to say, well, maybe the Republicans are not that bad. Chris, thank you. Back Monday.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. An investigation is underway into the ramming of a vehicle into the Temple Israel Synagogue in suburban Detroit. The driver, who had a weapon, is dead. Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard.
He breached the building, drove down the hall, and he was engaged by security.
CBS's Nicole Scanga reports.
After that shootout, there was an explosion coming from the vehicle, and FBI, in addition to ATF, are right now still sorting through, trying to identify if there were any explosive devices, improvised explosives, IEDs in that vehicle.
CBS News has learned that the suspect's body is badly burned, making identification difficult. Temple Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield Township is one of the largest in the country. The FBI says the suspect who killed one person and injured two others at Old Dominion University today has been identified by authorities as Mohammed Baylor Jallo, who pleaded guilty in 2016 to attempting to provide material support to the Islamic State. Dominique Evans, special agent in charge of the Norfolk FBI field office, says when bullets were fired, in the school's business building this morning, some ROTC members sprang to action.
There were students that were in that room that subdued him and rendered him no longer alive.
Old Dominion University will be closed tomorrow at all locations. Just in, the U.S. military says a refueling aircraft went down in Iraq, and rescue efforts are underway. A second aircraft landed safely. President Trump is praising the American military amid the U.S.-led war against Iran. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the latest.
The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly.
President Trump speaking at a Women's History Month event at the White House took a moment to acknowledge American military might.
Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it.
And the president added Iran had to be stopped from developing a nuclear weapon.
They really are a nation of terror and hate, and they're paying a big price right now.
Trump did not address higher oil prices following the start of the war, although previously called that a short-term excursion. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker today visited Aroma Park in Kankakee County, where severe weather has damaged and destroyed homes, buildings, and vehicles. Pritzker received a briefing from local officials and assessed the damage in the county and says,
just looking around, this looks like a circumstance where federal resources will be triggered and should come to this community.
In northwest Indiana, at least 2 people were killed and homes and structures severely damaged in storms on Tuesday. This is CBS News.
It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth. 48 Hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all, because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep, now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 442 Unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
A favorite moment from Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
House Bill 5044 establishing Connecticut vaccine standards. This is a complicated one because there are parts of it that make an awful lot of sense to the average person, but then there are parts of it that may worry some residents as well. So we're going to dive into this with probably the perfect person to discuss it more, Commissioner of the Department of Public Health, Dr. Manisha Jutani. Dr. Jutani, thank you so much for giving us the time, especially because I know it was a very busy day up at the Capitol, a lot of public hearings. This one probably drawing a lot of one of the bigger crowds, certainly. Talk a little bit about, why we even created this. So, correct me if I'm wrong. The CDC changed its standard of, it was 18, now it's 11, what they call recommended, not required, but recommended vaccines for children earlier this year. And And that sort of prompted Connecticut to say, well, wait a minute, things like Hep A, Hep B, and RSV, these are things that now, if they're not recommended at the national level, we don't want that to be an issue in Connecticut. So to some degree, maybe we need to create our own list. Correct? Am I right in saying how we got to this place where we even created this bill?
So thanks for having me, Melissa. This is actually a little bit more nuanced and complicated than that. And the conversation around this, the need for a bill like this, actually started last summer when it became clear that, first of all, the members of the ACIP, or the Advisory Committee on Immunizations Practices, which evaluates these vaccines through a rigorous evidence-based approach, were all dismissed, and a new group of people were brought in. And thereafter, it became clear that the usual system that has been pretty transparent and clear, where people have to declare conflicts, people have to evaluate information from a very graded scientific approach, that same system was not going to be the case. And so we started thinking about where was our vulnerability in the state of Connecticut. And this is where the vulnerability lies. The first is we purchase all vaccines from the federal government off of CDC contracts. And if the CDC were to say, well, ACIP does not recommend these vaccines anymore, and therefore you cannot purchase them off of our contracts, we would not have a way to purchase any vaccine for any child in the state of Connecticut. Mm-hmm. So really, the recommendations that came out of the secretary in January were later. We started realizing we would have trouble purchasing. Pharmacists would have trouble administering, because pharmacists' ability to administer is all linked to ACIP in our current statutes. And people who are on Connecticut insurance-regulated programs, where their insurance is regulated by the state insurance department. Mm-hmm. Also, those statutes covered and relate back to the ACIP. The ability to purchase, administer, and pay for those vaccines would be threatened if the ACIP started doing something different than usual. So the recommendations from the secretary were actually secondary. We were actually concerned about this even before that happened.
And I think that's a clear concern. I mean, so the reason I brought up January was because when I saw the number drop from 18 to 11, we actually kind of talked about, we have a doctor come on our show every single week since before the pandemic. And, we call him the voice of reason. He's in our medical field. Dr. Brown from Griffin Health has been in the industry for a long time and just, comes at it from a medical approach, not really from any political approach. He outlined certainly that list, and where if you dropped some of the ones that used to be on there, where it would be a concern. And we also talked about health insurance coverage. My father, my husband, they're brokers in health insurance. And if you're not going to have that covered, you're talking about people, either paying out of pocket for those things or not being able to access them, to your point. So it became very real. It felt like in January, but I appreciate the clarity that this was actually something that's been in the works for much longer than that. So thank you for that. And I think there is a means for it. Where it seems like residents are worried, though, is where do we determine then which vaccines are recommended? So to your point, if we've seen a whole new group of people come in, make recommendations that could threaten our access and our affordability to it and being able to keep Connecticut residents healthy and safe, who are we relying on then to make that list of recommended vaccines? Because I noticed the bill doesn't actually list the recommended vaccines.
So there are 2 points here. The first is to determine a list of recommended vaccines that would allow for those 3 things that I talked about: purchase, administration, and insurance coverage. And what we have always relied upon by law in the state of Connecticut is that the Commissioner of the Department of Public Health is informed by the ACIP, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Family Physicians, and other potentially medical societies. What we have added to this particular bill is to also be informed by the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, since pregnant populations are slightly different, and we need to think about that, and any other medical societies, so established medical groups who are evaluating this information. Now, there is a second piece of this that I know has many people concerned. Separate and apart from what is recommended, that then allows us to purchase, administer, and cover by insurance, is the school-mandated vaccines. This is a separate issue than what is recommended. The school-mandated vaccines are determined by the Commissioner of the Department of Public Health. It is a smaller list than the recommended vaccines. So, for example, a vaccine like HPV, which prevents cervical cancer, that particular vaccine is recommended for children. However, it is not a school-mandated vaccine. So the school-mandated vaccine list is a subset of the recommended list. And that currently goes through a process of regulatory review committee. So we have the Legislative Regulatory Review Committee, who then approves whichever list is put forward by DPH. The original bill sought to get rid of that review. However, we've heard the comments from the public and concerns from legislators on both sides of the aisle. And as you can see in my testimony yesterday, both verbal and written, the administration has said that we are fine with maintaining the current process, which would go through that legislative review and approval process. So at least I heard from Representative Candelora yesterday that he appreciated my testimony, both written and then what I said after the fact. And I think that we have a meeting of the minds that if we keep that in place, most people are comfortable with that.
We are talking to the Commissioner of the Department of Public Health, Dr. Manisha Dutani, and we're talking about this bill that certainly had a lot of feedback, a lot for a public hearing. And I do want to get that feedback as well, Dr. Dutani. My biggest, I think, question, and probably the biggest concern from people is, you mentioned mandated vaccines, and obviously it's a different subset, the school mandated vaccines. The way I read the bill, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, so feel free to correct me, is that you would have the ability to mandate, for example, flu vaccines or COVID vaccines under this legislation if it were to pass. And it would be based on, as you mentioned, the recommendation or looking at, other major medical-based organizations. But that does include, as you said, the ACIP, which prompted you in the summer to say, wait a minute, we don't really love the way that this group is going, what this is going to mean. So, first of all, do I have that correct, that if this were to pass, you would have the ability to mandate vaccines based on what you're seeing from other medical organizations?
That's incorrect. There are no new mandates and no new ability to enforce mandates in this vaccine bill.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to say that kids now are required to get the COVID vaccine or kids are now required to get the flu vaccine to go to school?
It has always been part of, and this is the existing law that's been on the books since 2010, that the health commissioner has the ability to say these are the vaccines that are required to go to school. It then needs to be approved by the legislature. That has always been the case before me and on the books since 2010. So there's nothing in this law that is different than what has been on the books all along.
So then why are people panicking? We'll get that side of the story coming up in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to WICC.
You listen to WICC for your favorite talk, but you also want to know what's happening around your neighborhood. We've heard you, and now you're getting more news on the Voice of Connecticut. Live and local news updates at the top and bottom of every hour. If it's happening in and around Fairfield County, we'll let you know about it first. All day, every day, even weekends too. The Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
If you have hard water, the lime scale not only leaves white spots, it clogs pipes and breaks down appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars in energy and wear. Eliminate limescale and other water issues like brown staining, bad odors, and lead with HydroCare water products available from Wave Home Solutions. Wave's affordable systems don't use salts or chemicals. You'll love the way your water tastes, smells, and looks. Satisfaction guaranteed. For more information, go to wavebestwater.com. That's wavebestwater.com.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful. and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
Did you know that every year, public school teachers spend nearly $500 of their own money for student supplies? At Donors Choose, we want students and teachers to have the tools they need for a great education. And now, more than ever, they need your help. Go to DonorsChoose.org and choose from teachers' requests that support reading, math, science, music, and more. Learn more at DonorsChoose.org.
Donors Choose. Support a classroom. Build a future.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, bringing you one of Melissa in the Morning's favorite moments.
We're continuing the conversation with Commissioner of the Department of Public Health, Dr. Manisha Jutani, discussing House Bill 5044. So then why are people panicking?
Because I think we are in an environment where you say vaccines and you say that we are doing something different than what we've done before, and it elicits a lot of trauma for people, partly from the pandemic, partly from people's frustration with the medical system, because doctors are required to see patients in 15 minutes and get them in and out. And that is what providers are struggling with. And so when patients are having a hard time feeling like they're getting any real advice, doctors are struggling with what they went into this profession for and having a hard time actually accomplishing what they want to accomplish. We are at a point in our healthcare system where any sort of mention on something around vaccines, where actually what we're trying to do is maintain access and choice for people in the Connecticut. There are no new mandates in this bill, but it brings up the concerns around removing the religious exemption that the legislature did in 2021. And so it just harkens back to a lot of concerns that people have. But I can tell you there is no intention to mandate any new vaccine at this time. There has been no new vaccine mandate for school children since 2011. And I understand that people have concerns around the religious exemption that was removed in 2021. Medical exemptions still do exist. They do need to be verified by a physician. But I just think that we are in a very heightened environment where I appreciate the opportunity to try to explain this on your show. And hopefully some people can hear what I'm saying. And I do hear people's frustration with what they're experiencing in the medical system right now. But that is not what this bill is trying to accomplish.
I appreciate that we haven't seen actually children